Mic check for the YouTube stream. Mic check for the YouTube stream.
Okay. Good afternoon and welcome. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from provisions of the zoning that applies to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consent to sever the property to create new lots. My name is Anne McCauley, and I will be chairing the meeting today. My panel members are Mr. Said, Mr. Hahn, and Mr. Stinson. We also have Committee of Adjustment members in attendance to assist us and to play around with the electronics. So if you see them coming over behind me, I've pushed some button that I shouldn't have done, so just give me a chance, okay? Okay, we have land acknowledgement. For Scarborough, we acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Huanduasan, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. Our Committee of Adjustment hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearings may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by audio appearance will be temporarily upgraded to the panel list when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allocated speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadlines. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Receiving a copy of the decision of the committee. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure to include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Board, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Board or, in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Hearing procedure. I will call each item in order listed on the agenda, and this is listed on the agenda for the afternoon session, so we will start with item number 17. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you have reached the 5 minutes. For those in the audience, you will see the 5 minutes on that screen. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the meeting. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the meeting. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposals at the meeting today. The committee may decide to defer the application of substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Generally, we will call on speakers in the hearing room first, and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to abut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into the committee for a decision. For the afternoon session, are there any declarations of interest or panel for staff for items on the afternoon time slot? No conflicts? Good. Deferrals requests. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferrals?
Through the chair, there are none.
Thank you. All right, I believe we are ready to start. Our first application in the afternoon session is for 1 HIGHBROOK Drive. The notice says that it is a consent. That has been stated in error. The notice should have said a variance. Staff, do you want to add anything further to that, or we will proceed on the basis that a variance is before us?
Through the chair, that's correct, and we will rectify that error in the decision, should the committee approve the application.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the variance, so the application is to demolish an existing one-story dwelling and construct a new two-story dwelling. There are 3 variances associated with this application. Is the applicant online? Yes, the applicant is online. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to?
Hello?
One moment, please. Thank you for saying hello. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak in support or in opposition to the application for 1 HIGHBROOK Drive? Yes? Would you come down to the podium, please? And I will call you to speak at the appropriate time. But you can come to the podium. There's a seat down there. Yeah, both of you can. There's 2 seats. It's a whole bench.
First time for us, so this is all new to us, okay? Oh, yeah. We'll try.
Okay. As I stated, the application is to construct a new 2-story dwelling. It has side yard setbacks, height of the main walls, and a front yard setback variances required. The applicant is online. Committee, do you wish a presentation? To the applicant is, we have.
Through the
material-
chair, you should ask the applicant their name and address.
Thank you. May I have the applicant's name and address?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Daniel Vinciani. Address is 3 Albadru Place.
Thank you. And you're listed on my listing here as the agent.
That is correct. I'm the agent to represent the owner for 1 HIGHBROOK Drive.
Thank you. Okay. The applicant is online. We've had him identified. He is the agent. We have a couple of other speakers. Committee, do you wish a presentation? No? To the applicant, do you have anything further you wish to add to your application at this time?
Yes, I would like to give a brief presentation.
Okay, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Uh, Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak here today. We are proposing a two-story detached house with an integral garage. We are seeking 3 minor variances here today with respect to wall height, 1 variance with respect to the side yard to the north on Dorcott Avenue, and the front yard variance facing east on HIGHBROOK Drive. We feel that the wall height variance increase, it has a minimal impact compared to a sloped roof dwelling with a height of 9 meters. I did submit to committee some supporting materials for a nearby development located at Midland and Norbury, where it's currently under construction, and the city has approved 3-story townhomes and 2-story detached homes with similar facade elements, which is prevailing current trend in Toronto right now. Given that the proposal is located on a corner lot, it's usually more challenging and restrictive in nature than a through lot. We decided to orient the house facing Dorcott Avenue to avoid a few challenges that are currently present. There is an existing swimming pool on the corner facing HIGHBROOK Drive, which I find is not suitable location for the privacy of the homeowners to preserve, and as such is being proposed to be demolished. Secondly, there's an existing hydro pole and a 0.5 meter city tree, which would make it very difficult, if not impossible, to create a driveway leading to the house without incurring any cost to relocate the hydro pole or injure the city tree. Therefore, the front yard variance not only provides us with a bit of more generous side backyard for the homeowner, but also it reduces the impact on the adjacent neighbor in such a way that the rear wall of the house is not further set in than what the bylaw requires. With respect to the side yard variance on Dorcott Avenue, I believe it's minor in nature and poses no real impact on the neighborhood street. And the facade does jog in at the garage section, complying with parking requirement at the front. And at this time, we don't have any comments or concerns from transportation or urban forestry. Overall, we are in compliance with all the other requirements stipulated by the bylaw, such as length, depth, coverage, and soft landscaping requirements. And I believe what you have in front of you is minor in nature and desired. That's all.
Okay, thank you very, excuse me, thank you very much. I note that we have a condition from urban forestry. Have you seen that condition, and are you in agreement?
The only information that I was able to see through the AIT was that we have to submit for a permit for a city tree or a private tree, which we have already retained an arborist and prepared the report for that. But I'm not aware of any other comments besides
Okay.
that.
Good, you're ahead of the game, which is good. If this application is approved, we would add that condition to get approval from urban forestry before proceeding to your final build. Okay. Committee, do you have any questions of the applicant at this time? No? Okay,
Can I have a short question, Madam Chair, on that?
certainly.
Thank you so much. Mr. Vinchani, thank you for giving the elaboration on the development. I am a little bit not clear about once you were giving the reasons rationale for the front yard setback. This is a corner lot, and for a corner lot, this kind of setback deficiency in the setbacks, it's create further prominence in the area. But anyway, you stated there is some hydro or some poles. I was not clear. Could you further elaborate on that and let me know, like, what are the triggering factors for the front yard setback?
Sure, of course. If committee can pull up the site plan, would be very helpful.
Guess we have it on the screen.
Okay. So, as you see in front of you, we have a swimming pool to the right, facing on HIGHBROOK Drive, and there's a hydro pole in the city tree. So we decided to bring the building forward because the way the bylaw is written is on a corner lot. Since there is no neighbors on two sides, then automatically the adjacent neighbor, then that would be the front yard for the corner house. In our case, I find that the adjacent neighbor has quite a generous front yard setback of 11.9 meters. So if we were to line up our house with the neighbors, not only would the building go deeper into the lot and create more of an obstruction for the neighbor next door, but it would also not give any generous backyard for the occupants. So the idea here was to kind of shift the building forward more, and by doing that, not only we reduce the impact on the neighbor, but also the neighbor has a tree at the rear of his backyard. So by pushing the building forward, then there is less impact, as the building will be further away from that tree as well. I hope I've answered your question.
This is a corner lot. What I'm looking over here in the drawings, there is a stop sign. The stop sign is across the road. It's not towards your building. The stop sign at the intersection.
Sorry?
There is a stop sign right at the intersection of these two streets. So is that stop sign is close to your property or the across the road?
Where is the stop sign on Dorcott, I guess? Are you,
I don't see any stop sign on Google right now. There is a stop sign on HIGHBROOK Drive,
Yes.
but not on Dorcott. It's not on Dorcott, it's on HIGHBROOK Drive.
Okay. Thank you.
any other questions of
Yeah.
the applicant at this time? No, okay. May we have the first speaker, please?
Yes, Stephen Vander Palkran, and this is my daughter Stephanie, and we live at 7 Dorcott. And we've got shared backyard to this gentleman's property.
Okay, just give me a second here. So you are on 7 Dorcott, and you share a backyard? Okay. Are both of you going to speak?
Yeah, we can both speak today.
I would
Well-
like her to speak. She's doing HR and business in a university, so I'd like her to represent.
Okay.
I'm sure she's more.
Okay.
Oh, she's going to speak. You have 5 minutes. You could have shared the 5 minutes,
Okay.
or as you've graciously said, your daughter's going to do the speaking.
I do have a quick question.
Yes?
As I name each of these concerns that we have, are we going to like go back and forth with the speaker on the WebEx, or should I just kind of go through the concerns that we listed?
We'll ask you to go through all the concerns that you have, pretty much in order, and then we'll go back to the applicant and ask him how he wants to address those concerns. And then after that, the committee will discuss amongst ourselves the concerns and their validity. So it will be that you do your speech. We may ask some questions of you. If there's anyone else in the audience or on YouTube who wants to speak, do we have anyone else? Yes, we do have other speakers. So they will speak, and at the end of all the input from the residents, then we will ask the applicant, he has an opportunity to rebut what you've said, and we have an opportunity to discuss your concerns, everyone else's concerns, and how this variance deals with those concerns.
Okay,
Okay.
sounds good. Okay, so the first concern that we listed was, I believe in the blueprints, it's listed that the drafted, or the, what's the word?
The plan?
The plan of the property would be about 6 feet from our property, and it would, and it would only be 2 feet lower than our current fencing. So there is kind of a privacy concern with that, as far as like if I'm in the backyard with my friends and we're having just like a private moment, or I don't know, I'm in the privacy of my own house, it's a little uncomfortable that they're so high above that they can kind of watch down on us. And I believe the neighbor kind of across from us, I don't know the number on HIGHBROOK, but
That would be three, I guess.
3 Dorcott.
3 HIGHBROOK.
3 HIGHBROOK. So yeah, that was the number one concern that we'd listed. And then,
Can I just add to that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, this deck that is proposed there is a 4-foot elevation in the back area there. Now, as you can see with my fence line being there, okay, he's got planters stated on the drawing there that are 6 feet from the fence. So basically, this deck now will be 10 foot by 24 foot, something like this, elevated 4 feet off the ground, which, what I was saying, will only have 2 feet of a 6-foot fence that would be covering anything in that perspective, albeit these being only 6 feet away from the fence. And on the neighbor's side of 3, it's the same height as his fence. So that's going to make it nothing there for him. So my main concern is the height of the deck, proposed 4 feet off the ground, and the close vicinity to my fence, which was 6 feet, which leaves me with no privacy whatsoever if somebody's standing up there.
Okay, thank you.
okay, the second issue that we have listed is that the property does not really align at all with the architecture of the rest of the neighborhood. And I think a lot of other people had concerns with that. Like a big selling point possibly for the houses on the street are that a lot of these homes have been built dating back from like the 1960s. So kind of just ripping that up and demolishing it is a little upsetting for a lot of the neighbors on Dorcott and HIGHBROOK area. I don't know if you want to add to that.
No, that's
Okay. And then the number of levels stated, I believe it's two
2 level plus.
2 dwelling.
basement.
So there's concern that it might be becoming a triple unit or a multi-generational home, or even to become like, I guess, like a, I don't know what you would call it, to rent the 3 different levels out and to become basically like a miniature apartment in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
And then leading on to that, if there's 3 different families living in in this building, that would increase the traffic substantially. So at 3 o'clock, we have the Donwood Public School just up the street. And at 3 o'clock, when the children are leaving, it's already very high levels of traffic. So if the house was to turn into like a 3 level home, then with 3 different families living in it, then it would be concerning for the traffic, the safety of the children crossing. There would be a lot of cars possibly parked on the street, because I believe the blueprint shows only 1 or 2 cars fitting in the driveway, if I'm correct.
Yes, and it's right at the corner there coming out onto Dorcott. So there's going to be quite an issue on that corner. And we already a while ago had looked at implementing a stop sign on Dorcott at HIGHBROOK there because of incidents happening, of accidents happening there. And it was never saw fruition. I guess council never approved it, but it was implemented that there should be a 4-way stop sign there, or a 3-way, to make things safe. Okay, and the last issue we have here, well, that's basically number 4 too, is the vehicle parking. Okay,
Yeah.
that garage size maybe would hold 2 mini cars, or maybe the driveway could have 2 mini cars in it. But if it becomes, after it's built, owner decides to turn it into a 3-plex, rental, which when I look at the blueprints, there's lots of vacancy on a couple of the floors there, which could be easily modified to have extra kitchens, bathrooms, bedrooms put in there and become separate entrances and become a 3-level rental, which is, so I would like to know, is this owner going to be living here personally? Or is this just a property he's going to build and turn around and either flip or rental possibilities?
Yeah, understand.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Do we stay here or do we?
No, you can, there's space there that you can sit down there if you
Okay, in
wish.
case we have to.
Through the chair, you should ask the, the panel if they have any questions.
Sorry, before you sit down and get comfortable, are there any questions from the panel members? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. It was well done. Part of your presentation spoke about the future. Am I correct?
Yes,
Okay. So your concern is the future of what this development turns into?
yes, exactly. Like I said, this is a 3-level complex, full basement, full mid-floor, and upper floor, with 2 of the floors having separate entrances, one for the basement, one for the side, and to put a 3rd entrance in somewhere with a set of stairs, very easily done. I look at the blueprints, and I see it looks like a general layout kitchen on the main floor. But as soon as it's built and the city is, let's say, done with it after inspection, what's to say that this person won't turn this place into a 3-plex rental and have 3 families living in this? This area was designed as a single-family dwelling. Mind you, some extra family, I can understand that. But I would like to know, is this gentleman planning to live here as his principal residence? Or is this for some future plans to either sell it or turn it into a 3-level rental?
Okay, sir. We will ask the applicant if he can answer those questions. I'm not sure that he can. I will point out that what we usually call basement apartments are permitted, subject to certain requirements. So it is possible that this dwelling, when constructed, has a second family in it. I understand the issues that raises in the community.
So then it can proceed that he can't have a 3-family in there if he builds a set of stairs to the 2nd floor, correct?
I'm not going to be able to answer on that
I'm just making a
because
point of it.
as things have changed, there's further modifications that have been permitted by the City of Toronto to encourage additional housing units. And we're very sensitive to that because certainly in this area of older residential units, it's been a prime area for change. And while change is good, it sometimes raises the issues that you have raised.
Okay.
So I'm not going to be able to answer your questions
I just
100%,
wanted-
but we have taken them down.
I just wanted it noted and on record. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Does the applicant have any comments at this time? Or
Through the
should
chair,
that be
the
waited
applicant
till the
rebuts
end?
after all members of the public have spoken.
Okay. Do we have anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak to this matter? No? Okay. Do we have people online? Staff, can you bring?
Hi,
Would you identify yourself, please?
yes, my name is Kwan Mack. I live at 5 HIGHBROOK Drive.
5 HIGHBROOK?
Correct.
Thank you. All right, proceed. Proceed with your comments.
Yes. Yes. So the building, by the appearance of the plan, it does not align with the original architecture of this neighborhood, which I'm concerned because being two-story will dwarf all the single-story houses in this neighborhood here. And I'm concerned about that. And similar to the previous presenter, speaking about the possibility of the size of it could look as if it's a multiplex dwelling. And considering that there's going to be parking issues here because it's designed to be a single parking in its plans there. Parking will be going onto the streets, and that's a concern. We have a school that's right nearby our neighborhood here, about 300 meters away. And there's a population of around 800 students, and is absolutely very busy in the morning, in the afternoon, when parents come by to drop off their kids to school, and is already very busy in itself. So I'm concerned about that parking and traffic it's a safety issue. I'm also concerned about privacy issue being two-story. And looking over to my area here, it's also visible. And because I am able to look over from my backyard, I can also see over to Dorcott Street. And with that big dwelling there, it would just block off the view and the landscape and my enjoyment of my backyard. So those are my main concerns I'm presenting here today.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker? No? Okay. Do we have another speaker?
Through the
I have
chair.
listed here a Dennis Morja.
Through the chair, Dennis Borgia was registered to speak. We are unable to contact them.
Okay. All right. Then we'll go back to the applicant. Mr. Vincini, you have 5 minutes to comment on these issues.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to answer some of the concerns for the neighbors. First, I would like to start by letting the neighbors know that the neighborhood, although it is predominantly bungalows, there also is two-story houses in the neighborhood, and a two-story house is a permitted use in the neighborhood. Okay, I'd just like to put that out there. Secondly, I heard that this house is being looked on their behalf as a triplex or as a multi-generational home, but that's not the case. The owner will live there with his family, and to be honest, I don't appreciate it that they're considering this house to be a triplex or a multi-unit. And the drawings in front of them do show a single-family house. If the homeowner would like in the future to add a basement apartment, is all within his right to do that. If he wants to generate additional income for the house or the construction, that's all within his right. That's permitted by regulations. All this. Now, with respect to the height of the deck, okay? So we don't have a variance for the height of the deck. The permitted height of the first floor is 1.2 meters. The deck will be at 1.2 meters, or usually one step less than what the floor is at the back. So with that regard, we are well within the bylaw, what the bylaw allows. For number 3, HIGHBROOK, the adjacent neighbor, we have provided like a privacy fence of 1.5 meters on his side to further mitigate that, but we are in full compliance with height of the deck.
Okay, is there anything else you wish to add to
That was
that?
all. no, that would be all.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of committee, do you have any questions of either of the applicant? While members of committee are thinking about this, I have read the letters in the agenda, and the letters in the agenda make reference to the Midland Park modernism type of home. Unfortunately, this committee is not dealing with architectural design. I know the type of home. I'm impressed that it was built in Scarborough, but this is not a committee that can deal with that housing design. So I thought I would just mention it. I also saw in the agenda that there is going to be an exhibit of that type of home in the Toronto Archives. Because I'm interested in architecture, I am pleased with that, and I commend you to go to see that exhibit. But as I said, we do not have the authority to determine that the features of Midland Park modernization be incorporated in any new housing. So I thought I would just mention that because we've had that a couple of times, and it's something I've learned that it's quite a feature of the community, but not one that's necessarily appreciated and not one that we can mandate. Okay, any other comments? Okay, are we ready to take this into committee then? Okay. Committee, do I have a motion? There are 3 variances. Mr. Said?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We heard the comments of all of them, and we do appreciate they have the concern and they voice their concerns. Madam Chair, the reality is that there are 3 variances before the committee today. And these, some of the comments raised from the opinions were like the height or the driveway, things like that. Those are not the variants before the committee today. So I will be just focusing on the 3 variances before the committee. And Madam Chair, I believe the 3 variances in front of me, they are minor in nature, and they are appropriate. Therefore, I put forward motion for approval of this item, and the applicant have already shown agreement to the urban forestry condition 1 and 2 with these conditions. Yes.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Before I second it, would you add the comments on forestry as well?
These are.
Thank you, sir. I will second it.
Thank you. So I have a motion for approval, seconded by, motion with approval of Mr. Sage, seconded by Mr. Hahn. What is the wishes of the committee? Do I have a motion for approval?
Through the chair, you need to do a vote.
Yeah. That's what I'm asking for, is a vote. Sorry.
Okay.
All those in favor? Okay. That motion is
Are you voting on this?
Sorry.
Are you voting on this?
I will vote in favor, and that application is approved, subject to urban forestry comments. Thank you very much for attending and taking the time to give us your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, we're moving on to application number 18.
Let's get the hell out of here.
Application 18 is for 1192 Warden Avenue. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on this matter? Not seeing anyone. Is the applicant online? Thank you.
Here.
Okay. "1192 Warden Avenue is an application to construct a one-story rear yard sunroom addition to the existing family dwelling. There is one variance, which deals with building length. To the applicant, is there anything you wish to add to your comments?
Well, good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm speaking to you from Season Center, GTA, on behalf of our client. There has been one matter addressed by a neighbor, and I'd be more than willing to discuss his concerns if that's okay.
Okay. I don't have that listed as a concern. I guess it was in the agenda, was it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Would you please proceed? The neighbor,
Yeah.
neighbor is not online, right?
Through the chair, we don't have any other registered speakers for this item.
Okay. Thank you. All right. To the applicant, would you go ahead with your comments, please?
Yes, thank you. So being minor in nature, we are requesting a minor variance of 18.12 meters for building length from 17 meters. Here at 1192 Warden Avenue, the opposing neighbor is the property to the rear. They have a detached garage, a large tree between theirs and my client's property, not to mention a solid wood privacy fence. So of their two concerns, to address their first concern of currently sloped grade, increasing precipitation and stormwater runoff, our addition is going to be 12.53 meters away from from this neighbor's fence, only moving about 3 meters closer than what is currently existing, and not creating any additional precipitation or runoff. As we will not be protruding past the existing concrete slab. And to address the second privacy, we will not be any higher than the existing windows on the property. We are enclosing both upper and lower windows, along with stepping our proposed addition floor down 7.5 inches from the existing floor level. And this will give even less of a view over this neighbor's fence. So again, I believe this case is minor in nature and trust neither of these concerns will be heeded upon.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do I have any questions from members of the committee? Mr. Stinson.
Thank you, Chair. Applicant, just to be clear, the proposal is how far off when constructed from the backyard fence?
It is 12.53 meters from the rear fence.
And that's the space between the backyard fence and this proposal?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? No. All right. What is the wish of the committee? Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's one variance before us, straightforward, no staff recommendations, minor in nature. I move this application be approved.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
Chair, I'll second that.
Thank you. The application has been moved for approval by Mr. Hahn, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All those in favor? That application is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you and have a great afternoon.
Thank you. We're moving on to application number 19 for 12 Fallingbrook Woods. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak on, in respect to the matter at 12 Fallingbrook Woods? No? Is the applicant online? Thank you.
Afternoon, Madam Chair. Franco Romano, 321 Lakeshore, Principal of Action Planning, here on behalf of the owner.
All right, would you just give me a second here? I noticed that this is an application. It's to construct an ancillary building and to alter the existing dwelling with interior alterations, a third floor addition, a rear addition, and one-story front addition. There was a previous application that was approved for this property in February of 2023, and there are 10 variances, and I believe we also have a supplementary report on this item. Yes. So we have a supplementary item from the Ravine Natural Forest Department. Okay, we have one letter of objection and a petition of support with 19 signatures. So,
Through the chair, there's also TRCA comments as well.
okay, yes, there are. The TRCA, there's no objections, but you need to get a permit. Okay. All right. To the applicant, do you wish to make a short presentation, or do you have anything further to add to the application?
Yes, Madam Chair, I would like to make a short presentation. I have a few presentation slides that will help illustrate the nature of the proposal and why it's back in front of the Committee of Adjustment. Thank you, staff. Appreciate that.
Okay.
So slide number one shows. Thank you. Slide number one shows the site plan, and really the proposal is for building additions to the existing dwelling, and all of those variances were previously authorized by the Committee of Adjustment in February of 2023, and there was conditions of approval that were satisfied by the owner, and building permits were issued. And those slides are also included in my package. But on slide one, you'll see that something that was not included previously and wasn't anticipated to trigger a variance is a rear ancillary building attached to the pool that was also previously shown on the plans. The deck, which I'm showing in yellow, it's a rectangular portion there that is in yellow attached to the deck, triggers a variance because the zone examiner is measuring the side yard setback associated with the height of the from the floor of that ancillary building to the bottom of the pool. So that's a technical variance because the zoning bylaw otherwise permits and requires a minimum side yard setback of 0.3 meters, which the proposal complies with. That ancillary building is located in an area where all of the adjoining neighbors are in support of the proposal, and they're part of the signatures of support that were submitted by the owner. The building additions, the dwelling, basically follow the existing, I guess, a formerly existing building footprint. The front yard setback is triggered by the existing garage projection and the deck that was located upon it. Otherwise, the second and the third stories are set back 7.82 to 7.84 meters. So there's a good setback relationship there, and of course, in keeping with the surrounding context in the street, where there's topography, quite a bit of topography, changes in grade, 3-story dwellings are quite common. We go to the second slide. This simply shows the location of the ancillary dwelling on, or the ancillary building on the subject property in red. And then I've outlined other ancillary structures that are located on other properties in white. So the proposal is very much in keeping with what's occurring within the surrounding area, including the same street. If we go to the next slide, slide 3, we'll see that the proposed building elevation fits in and aligns with the surrounding character. And here you see the topographic change. So the difference between this front elevation and the elevation that was before the Committee of Adjustment panel in February was that there were dormer projections that basically come out to the same position as this front elevation does. On the next slide, you'll see that the building height it is still 9.93 meters to the top of the roof, but this zone examiner has now identified the top of the parapet, which is as the top of the roof. And that's why the 10.21 meters. If you go to slide number 5, please, staff, I appreciate your help with this. On the left-hand side, on this slide and the subsequent slides, I'm showing basically the building permit that is being issued and the building that's under construction on the left-hand side. The minor variance plans that are before the panel today on the right-hand side. You'll see that there's a very nominal minor difference in the front elevation. And if we go to the slide number 6, there's no difference on the rear elevation. Slide number 7 and 8 are the side elevations. No change to the side elevations. And even when we look at the roof plan on slide number 9, we'll see that there is very little change, even with one is taking an aerial shot of the proposal. So we've worked with planning staff, obviously worked with neighbors, and planning staff has no concerns or objections. We're happy to accept the conditions of TRCA. We're in the process of getting that revised permit. There is an existing permit on file. And with Ravine and Natural Features Protection, we're also happy to engage them and obtain one injury permit for a small tree in the back. Subject to any questions, Madam Chair, I submit that the application satisfies all 4 tests for a minor variance. And thank you very much for your indulgence.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, do you have any comments or questions? Okay, I'm going to start this side.
Thank you, Chair. Are you still there, applicant?
I am, thank you.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
I want to ask you, how long's construction been going at this site?
Through you, Madam Chair, the building permit was issued on August 8th of 2023. So it would have been shortly after that, probably the end of that month, beginning of September. So not very long.
Thank you.
Any other questions at this time? Mr. Sayed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Romano, I would just like to focus on the new design changes there, but the flat roof is designed instead of the slope roof, then elevator, overdrive, and the ancillary building. So how would you compare, let me focus on one thing, the height of the building, just to compare it with the previous application or the current, is the height remain the same?
Yes, thank you for that question. Through you, Madam Chair. The height to the top of the roof is the same, 9.93 meters. The difference with a flat roof is that a flat roof, instead of having eaves, there's a parapet that wraps around the building. So that usually is just slightly above the top of the flat roof. And that is the 10.21 meters that the zone examiner has identified. Otherwise, the top of the roof is the exact same height as what was previously authorized by the Committee of Adjustment and shown on the building permit plans.
So what is mentioned in the variance number 5, if you look at that, it says the building height is 10.21 meter. That's confirmed.
Correct. That is how it's been identified. And if you go, staff can bring us back to slide number 4. thank you for, I mean, slide number 5 shows a building permit, but on slide number 4, I've put in the actual measurements instead of the geodetic measurements. And on the right-hand side, we'll see top of the parapet is 10.21 meters and 9.93 meters is the top of the roof.
And is this the elevator, was that, hold on. Okay, the elevator overdrive is further addition to that from 10.21 meter. It's further to that?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, the elevator is in addition to that height. It is a permitted height. There is no variance associated with the elevator component.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, I just wanting to have a overall look of the building and the structure, and especially from the street view as well. So what is the height of that elevator overdrive?
If we look at the side elevation, I think, I have that in building permit plan. Just on the side elevation, you'll see that it's centrally located, and its height is, sorry, just bear with me. I just have it in geodetic elevation, so I have to.
Okay, I think we can see the elevator there, which is helpful,
So
but there are no variances connected to that elevator. It's just.
But this is something visible from the street view, right?
I think you'll see part of it from the street, but not, but because it's within the middle of the building footprint. It's actually beyond the middle of the building footprint. You're only going to see the top part of it, and that's at about 12.3 to 12.5 meters. But it is as the chair pointed out, it's a permitted projection beyond the building height. The zoning bylaw allows up to 4.5 meters on top of it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Madam. My question to you, Madam, is that we have 11 variances in front of us. And I see that 7, 8 of them don't comply with the zoning. And it's massing of structure from my point of view, and FSI is too high. How do you justify that the ancillary structure side setback is 0.3 meters and required is 3.6 meter? How would you say that I should accept it?
Thank you for that question. Through you, Madam Chair, if staff can please bring up slide number 1, I'll deal with that last part of the question first. The ancillary building setback. So the zoning bylaw at the bottom left of this slide, and I have the excerpt from the zoning bylaw. And the zoning bylaw says that the deck setback needs to be 0.3 meters or a distance equal to the highest vertical distance between any part of the floor of the platform and the ground below it. The zone examiner has identified the bottom of the pool as the ground below the ancillary building floor. Now, while I disagree with that as being the ground below the pool, that is the zone examiner's interpretation, and that is how they arrive at the 3.6 meter side yard setback requirement. But the 0.3 meters that does apply, because the deck is, or the ancillary building and the deck is at grade level. You'll see that in that cross section that I'm showing in the lower right hand side of this slide number 1. 0.3 meters is the logical side yard setback that applies to that ancillary building. That is exactly what is being proposed. And once again, both neighbors that are adjacent to that ancillary building are in full support of the variance application in its totality. terms of the variances themselves, I can walk through these, and as I walked through them in February, when the Committee of Adjustment did grant approval for these, the side yard setback on the east side is an existing side yard setback. The 1.1 meters is an existing setback, and that is the proposal is a building addition on top of the footprint. The number of stories is a technical variance associated with the topography. The building height we already discussed. The building length, much of the building length already existed. The proposal, and there is a building permit that's been issued, accounted for a approximately 4-meter extension in the building length. The front yard setback. Front yard setback. I'm getting some feedback. The deck above the garage, there was an existing deck above the garage. The proposal was to maintain that deck, and clearly that was an existing condition that formed part of the physical character of the area. So those are variances 8 and 9. Same thing with the stairs, number 10. So the majority of those variances that are before this panel today and were authorized by the Committee of Adjustment in February deal with existing site conditions. And it's because it's a building addition and there's a minimal disturbance to ravine protected property. And ravine is in agreement with it, as is planning staff. The floor space index is very much in keeping with what's been approved both on Fallingbrook Woods, on Fallingbrooks Drive, and on Fallingbrooks Road. We see floor space index variances up to 0.91. And even next door, it's in excess of what is being proposed. Same thing for lot coverage. Next door, lot coverage is higher than 40%. And there are lot coverages that are higher than 40% on Fallingbrook Woods, Fallingbrooks Drive to the rear, and Fallingbrooks Road to the west. So this is very much an area where if anybody came in with their existing house and proposed nothing, they would also be seeking variances 3, 4, 5, 6, 11 variances quite easily just because of the existing condition.
Okay, are you
Madam Chair.
finished? I don't want you to have to go through all the rationale for all 11 variances over again, unless the committee members have a question on a particular variance. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you. Sir, my question is, kindly be very brief. What stages of the construction you have at the moment?
I think the
Thank
applicant.
you through you, Madam.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, thank you through you, Madam Chair. The building permit was issued in August. See that that much of what is before this panel is identical to what is on the building permit. Construction started at the end of August, and in September it has started. So it's all in accordance with the existing building permit.
Sir, my question is, supplementary question is, the permit that you were given was a part permit or a whole permit based on the previous approval in February 16th?
I will let
you,
the
Madam.
applicant finish that, but we're really not dealing with the building permit that was issued or not issued. Obviously, when and if these variances are approved, he will have to get a revised building permit.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, through Madam Chair. Staff can bring up slide number 5 again, please. The building permit that was issued, and I have all of the elevation plans attached to my slides, 5 through 9, were submitted to the Committee of Adjustment, is for a full dwelling. The building additions, the full building permit was issued, and that's what's being constructed.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of the applicant? No? All right. Are we in a position to take this matter into the committee for discussion? Do I have any comments?
Chair, I'd like to move that we approve the application as long as we tie it to the site plan and the elevation plan.
Okay.
Through the chair, you need to take, there's a time for questions and answers, but then when questions and answers are done, you need to announce that it's going into committee, and that's when there'll be motions and voting.
All right, we have finished our questions, and we're now moved into committee for discussion and decision. So, having moved into that, may I have you repeat what you said?
I will. My apologies. I thought you said we had moved to committee. So I'll move that we approve the application and we tie it to the site plan and the elevation plan.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that approval?
Through the chair, there are also other conditions, TRCA and ravines and natural area feature protection. And confirmation whether, if you wish to tie it to the site plan and elevation plans, is it all elevation plans? If you can clarify that in the motion.
All right, in your motion,
I'll clarify. Thank you, Deputy Treasurer. So I move that we approve, tie the site plan and all the elevation plans to that approval, also the TRCA and the other condition with respect to, is that the RNFP?
RNFP.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
okay. So I have a motion to approve it, subject to conditions, and to tie it to the building site plan and the elevation plans. Do I have a seconder? Okay, I don't have a seconder. That motion fails. Do I have a second motion, another motion?
Madam Chair, before, we are in the committee now, right?
Yes, we're in
Okay,
committee.
thank you. So just a
You
comment.
want to move us back from motions into a discussion?
Into discussions.
Okay.
Just a comment, I just wanted to be clarified. Because this was previously considered in the committee and the variances were approved, but in case if this is not approved in its current shape, the decision of the committee of remain there for the previous approval, or would it affect on that?
Yes. I believe that a variance is a variance is a variance forever until it's amended. So the variances that were approved previously in February and tied to the building elevation, which I think is the big issue here, sit until committee varies that variance, or the applicant appeals it and gets a different approval.
Through the chair, just a point of clarification. It's not the applicant there's no appeal process because this is final and binding. Just more that the reason why the applicant has applied for this is because it was tied to the elevation plans. They wish to proceed with a different elevation, which necessitates this new application. So if the applicant wished to proceed with the previous elevation, the approved elevation, they could go ahead and proceed with that. However, because they're revising their design, that's what's necessitating these additional this new application.
Okay, but as I understand it, we've got 11 variances here. Some of them are the same as what was previously applied for. And so if approved, these 11 variances would be approved and replace the previous approval.
It's not necessarily replacing it, but it's tying it to those specific, it's tying it to the new proposal.
Okay. And we have a motion to tie this application. Let me rephrase that. In the previous application, and we're a little bit concerned because we did have a previous application a few months ago, so we know exactly what was proposed at that time. We approved what was proposed at that time, but we wanted some certainty as to the building height and the building appearance. And so we tied it to the site plan at that time. The applicant has come back and said he's changed his plans, he's changed the appearance, he's added some additional buildings, the accessory building to the site, and therefore has submitted a new application. So what we're looking at today is a new application. If this application fails, then he can proceed with his building permit under the approval of the old application.
Okay.
Or he has the opportunity to appeal the refusal of this application to the appeal board. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yes, Mr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was thinking if Secretary Yarara approves it, that this matter be deferred for one more time, give him a chance. If there is a room to improve all these variances, anyone, and come back, and then he has a chance, then we have a chance to reconsider. Because the permit is there, construction is there, it's a very delicate situation.
Yes, I understand. I'm personally rather reluctant to defer this for the applicant to come back with further modifications. I'm reluctant. I don't think any modifications really will assist us in making a decision on this application. Most of that, probably 3/4 of those items that we're asking for, or that he's asking for, are similar to what was previously done. In fact, I did a chart and saw that of the previous application, coverage has changed, the building height has changed, and obviously the deck and ancillary building has changed. But the rest of those variances were in front of us before. That doesn't mean that we have to approve them again, but we need to be clear why we would not approve something that we had approved a couple of months ago. So where are we in the committee members? Do we have any further comments? We can refuse this application. It's up to the wish of the committee. I guess we can also ask if the applicant would agree to a deferral. I'm not sure. I think we can ask that. I'm not sure that it achieves very much for either the committee members or for the applicant. I'm still waiting for some comments here.
Madam Chair, it's a very difficult situation in which I have to make a motion. But realizing I know the difficulty any applicant could have. As a committee, you have very explicitly explained, and Secretary are where we are. But nonetheless, to decide it with a heavy heart, I would like to move that this application be refused on the basis that the various 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11, they exceed their zoning bylaws and the official plan. Therefore, I move this application be refused.
Okay, I have a motion for refusal. Do I have a seconder? Okay, I do not have a seconder for that motion for refusal. Committee members, we have to try again. Do I have another motion?
Just a comment before moving the motion again. We'll go back to the Mr. Simpson's motion. Madam Chair, you are right. Many of these variances were approved in our previous committee meeting. Yes, there have been some significant changes there as far as the design is concerned and the height, but many of those variances was approved there. So I will be, with these clarifications and all these additional discussion, I am in supportive of the application because of the situation and because of the current status of the ongoing process there. So I am supportive to that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Said. I wanted to add that in our agenda, we have a petition in support of this application with 19 signatures. And again, I was doing my homework. I checked that those are new support letters or new signatures dated since the previous approval, so that the community has spoken with knowledge of this change. We do have one letter of objection, and the letter of objection is a fairly broad letter of objection to probably not only this application, but the previous application. So I'm just bringing that to your attention because it's part of the information that we have before us, and sometimes it's helpful to see where the community is when we've got an application that is difficult for us to judge. Nevertheless, we have the requirement to make a decision on this. I have a motion for approval. Is it subject to any conditions?
It was the comments.
Through the
Madam
chair,
but
the member needs to formally table a motion.
exactly. Those were the comments, and
Okay.
if Mr. Simpson can go back to his motion, we can
Okay.
take it from there.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. That was quite lengthy. I will now make a motion to approve this application with the tied to, the site plan, all the elevation plans, the conditions of the TRCA and the RNFP. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion?
I second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion for approval from Mr. Stinson, seconded by Mr. Steed. All those in favor? All those opposed? I'm in favor. That motion is carried. Thank you very much to the applicant. Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Occasionally, we get very difficult applications that we've got to think through. So we will proceed with item number 20, which is 22 RHYDWEN Avenue. Let me just pull up number 20. Number 20 RHYDWEN Avenue is to construct a two-story dwelling, and there are 5 variances before us. Okay. I go back to the audience. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to 55 RHYDWEN Avenue? Not seeing anyone. Is the applicant online? Thank you. The applicant is online. Okay. Good afternoon to the applicant. Do you wish to make a presentation, or do you have anything that you wish to add to this item, bearing in mind that we have received this and have considered the application and the information in front of us? So
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, committee members. My name is Felix Leicher of Baukultur/CA. I'm representing the owner of this application. I'm happy to do a brief presentation if you wish to. I don't think there's anything new, but there might be some items which might be good if I point them out. directly.
Okay, this committee, do you want a presentation? I think we're good to go. We don't need a presentation.
Okay.
So, committee members, do you have any comments or questions regarding this application?
Madam Chair, if the applicant is in agreement with the conditions, urban forestry condition, I can move the motion for approval.
Thank you.
Through the chair, again, you need to take it into committee before any motions are tabled.
Okay. We're not in committee yet. No.
I understand, but you need to make the announcement before a motion is tabled.
Okay, okay. We're wanting to get through this. So give us a little bit of a break here. So to the applicant, you had nothing further that you wished to say. There is a condition from urban forestry. Are you in agreement with that condition to the applicant?
Yes, we're aware of the condition and in agreement of it.
Okay. All right. Are we at a position where we can take this matter into committee? Okay. Do I have a motion for approval or refusal? Do I have a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the applicant for being in agreement for the urban forestry conditions. Also on record, we have the 4 support letters from the neighbors, which is a good thing. Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item number 20, subject to urban forestry condition number 2 and condition number 3.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Khan, I have a seconder. So moved by Mr. Mr. Said, seconded by Mr. Han, for approval, subject to urban forestry conditions. All those in favor? That motion, that application is carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to item number 21. Item 21 is 66 Davisbrook Boulevard. Thank you, sir, for moving down. Are you the applicant or are you?
Yes, I'm the applicant.
You're the applicant. Good, thank you.
On behalf of my client.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and the panels. My name is Xiaowei Chen, the agent for the owner. My address is 70 Northern Crescent, Toronto. So the 4 minor variances is very clear, as listed in the public notice. Do you need me to explain one by one or for the variance?
I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding what you're asking.
Do you need me present all the
Oh,
notice?
okay,
All
let's
the
ask
variances.
the committee. Do you want a presentation, committee members? Or are you satisfied to proceed with this application? No, I think we are fine. We don't need a presentation. This is subject to urban forestry conditions. Are you in agreement with those conditions?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So, is there anything further you wish to add to this at this stage? No? Okay. All right, I'm going to take this matter into committee. Do I have a motion?
Chair, I'd move that we approve this application tied to the urban forestry conditions. Thank you.
Okay, I have a mover from Mr.
Second this.
Vincent and a seconded from Mr. Khan, tied to urban forestry conditions. All those in favor? That motion carries. Thank you very much,
Thank
sir.
you very much.
We are moving to item number 22, 24 Hancock Crescent. This is an application to demolish the existing dwelling and to construct a new two-story detached dwelling. There are two variances connected to this application. Is the, for 24 Hancock Crescent, is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this item? Nope. Okay. Is the applicant online? The applicant is online. Great.
My name is Nicole Weisser.
Okay, thank you.
My address is 236 Emerson Avenue.
Thank you. Committee, do you need a presentation on this matter? No? Applicant, do you have anything further you wish to add to your application or your comments? Committee members have no.
I'd be happy to provide a presentation if the panel would like one, or in
The committee members have indicated.
the interest of time, I can forego a presentation and answer any questions you might have.
Okay, committee members have said that they don't need a presentation. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Chair. Applicant, this is a very good proposal, and so don't feel bad that we're not asking for a presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson. That was a good comment, but I would ask a question on that to the applicant, and I do have a concern about the height of the building. So I don't know, you are demolishing the old building and building a new one. So what are the triggering factors for this much height of this building?
Okay, to the applicant.
So we have
height.
Is the variance number 1?
Yes,
Yeah.
so we're asking for 10.6 meters. That is really triggered by two pinnacle roofs over 2 stone bay windows. The remainder of the roof is all at a 10-meter height, so there we're only asking for 1 extra meter for the majority of the roof. Just a few houses down, a similar variance was approved for a similar type of peaked roof at 10.86. So in the hopes to not exceed or match what was already approved, we've stayed within that already approved height of 10.86, and we're only asking for 10.6 for those two roof details on the front elevation.
I wonder if you know the height of the adjacent building next to your property.
Just pulling it up on Google Maps. If it's whether or not it's a bungalow or not. So that is also an existing wartime 50s bungalow. That's beside. At Google Maps, you can see a 10-story condo right behind them. So this area is new to construction. There's a new home just down at 18 Hancock Avenue, or Crescent, which also has that 10.86 height variance I was referring to earlier.
Yeah, because I don't see much of, most of the houses, they are bungalows, right? 1 story. And yeah, 2 stories are allowed, of course, but I was just wondering if this is even exceeding 10-meter height. And I don't see any such development neighbors, even on this street. Am I correct on that?
Actually, 18 Hancock is built taller than this with a pinnacle. It's the same situation as we have here. It's just down the street, just a few doors down.
Okay.
Is that one is under construction you're talking about? That's the one?
The Google Maps is old. It's finished, and the homeowners are living in the home already.
Okay, so number 18 has a design similar to this with cupolas and has a height, I guess it too received a variance at some point of 10.8 meters, according to you. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I might also bring up that we have support letters from 9, 18, 22, 23 Hancock, as well as 11, 26 Hancock, Warden.
Okay. Yes, I noticed we have letters of support. Anything else, committee members?
Thank you, Chair. Just to reiterate what the applicant said, I did do a site visit there, and that is accurate information, and it does have the cupolas, and it is, in my eye view, approximately the same.
Okay, thank you. All right, committee, are you ready to take this into committee now? Yes? Okay, can I have a motion? Mr. Sayed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm okay with that height, especially when the applicant have clarified that more than 80% of the roof is within a height of 10 meters, so that's okay. Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item number 22, and there is no conditions to that.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Mr.
You can second the
Lamar?
motion.
The second that motion. All in favor? That matter carries. Thank you very much. Okay, we're moving on to item. Thank you. We're moving on to item number 23. Okay, item number 23 is an application to permit a 6-story apartment building east of the existing apartment building. It's a fairly extensive variance, only in that it's dealing with an existing situation and adding another apartment building to that. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to item number 23, 205, 207 Morningside Avenue? Not seeing anyone. Is the applicant online? Okay. Is there anyone else online who wishes to speak on this? I don't see we have any. No. Okay, to the applicant. This is I wouldn't like to call it a complex application, but it's a fairly significant application. It's providing what is needed, rental housing adjacent to existing rental apartment buildings, and it's amending a bylaw that is very old. So there's a lot to this. To the applicant, could we have a very short presentation, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, it's David Bronskill here on behalf of the applicant and just for staff. My address is 333 Bay Street, Suite 3400, Toronto, Ontario, and I am pleased here, Madam Chair, to present in terms of the 7 variances before the committee that would enable the delivery of this, as you note, 6-story rental apartment building, 130 units, an infill rental development that, as you note, would be highly desirable, in fact needed in this housing crisis. I would actually, Madam Chair, note that the variances themselves, as you've noted, are to an old bylaw and are actually quite technical variances. They have been exhaustively reviewed with the different staff departments, and you have memos in front of you from Planning, Transportation Services, and TRCA, all indicating that they are okay with the variances and recommending conditions of approval that my client is supportive of. So the conditions, Madam Chair, are ones that my client supports and should be included should this committee see fit to authorize the variances. What I could do, Madam Chair, is we did have a presentation submitted. If I can ask staff just their indulgement to put that presentation just up for you. You can see the site there on the screen. The 6-story building would go on the back where there is the surface parking lot. So it is an underutilized site today in terms of that surface parking area. We've worked extensively with TRCA staff because there is the beautiful park and treed ravine area in behind the site, which will actually be enhanced. The other thing, Madam Chair, I would simply note, and this is in the planning staff memo, this is also an opportunity to improve some of the other existing conditions on the site. This is a building that does get a very high existing rental from its tenants, but staff have worked, again, very hard with our client to secure certain improvements to the site. And there's also the amenity space that's being proposed in the new building that would be made available when, frankly, in this older building, there isn't the amenity space that there's now required as part of developments today. We think it's a very exciting one, Madam Chair. If I could ask the staff just to quickly go through the 7-page with you. And I'll just, Madam Chair, touch on each slide very briefly, I promise. There's the site plan. You can see the 6-story building on the right-hand side, separated 20 meters from the existing 5-story rental building. If I could ask staff just to go to the next slide. These are the height variances, Madam Chair. Very technical in that the zoning bylaw today permits a height of 15.5 and then strangely allows the mechanical to be above that 15.5 meters. And so there's 2 variances associated with the height. One is for the 6-story building, and one is so that the variance enables the mechanical to be above the existing height. I'm just going to focus on that one for a minute because it's a bit of an odd variance. So the mechanical itself is not 10.5 meters. Right now, we're showing an approximately 4.5 meter mechanical with a tolerance for 6 meters through detailed design. But the way the bylaw works is the top of the mechanical is actually 10.5 meters above the existing height permission. So that's why you see the proposed mechanical height. So I just want to assure the committee this isn't a 10.5 foot tall mechanical. It's quite a standard mechanical. It's just a very technical variance in terms of how it's been proposed. If I could ask staff to do the next slide. This is maybe one of the oddest variances I've ever seen in my experience. There's a maximum size for an amenity room of 93 square meters. We're proposing more, 166.10. So we actually have to get a variance to have more amenity space, which we think is a good thing to provide that. There's also a technical variance that although they're residential buildings, you're not supposed to have more than 50% of the first floor as dwelling floor area. We're at 55%, and frankly, there's some very attractive at-grade units facing to the rear. Next slide, if you don't mind, with staff. This just shows where we were having accessible parking. There is a variance that the accessible parking must be located closest to the entrance of the building. Transportation staff, Madam Chair, do have a condition that are asking for a couple of these spaces to move, and we're working with them. And I already have a plan with some alternate spaces that will be secured through that condition. And then finally, Madam Chair, slide 6 just shows you, again, a bit of a technical variance. 20.75 meters is supposed to be the required distance. We're citing this building at 20 meters to ensure that there is some parking and that we've got an appropriate buffer area from the green space. So that's the application as a whole, Madam Chair. Again, very excited that it's 130 rental units, and we hope we can have the committee's support.
Okay, thank you very much. Committee members, do you have any questions of the applicant? Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Bronsky. My question, actually there are 2 questions. One is about the accessible parking, and the second one is the variance number 6, which talk about penthouse, mechanical penthouse height. You elaborated on that, but I am still not clear. You said this is just a technical matter. What you elaborated on that is, if I believe on that, then it should not be a variance at all. But still, if it is a variance, the height of mechanical penthouse is 10.5, whereas 5 meters per meter. So could you elaborate further on that?
Yes. So the top of them, I'll start with the mechanical, sir, and then I can come back for the accessible spaces for you. The top of the mechanical is supposed to be 5 meters above the existing permitted height, and the existing permitted height is 15.5 meters. So the mechanical technically is limited, the top of the mechanical, if I could put it that way, sir, is limited to a height of 20.5 meters. That we've got a building here with a planned height of 24.5 meters, and we've got a little bit of flex in the mechanical. We're showing it at 4.5. At detailed design, we've spoken to staff. It might bump up in a couple of places to 6. So we're planning for what's a pretty typical mechanical. The top of the mechanical, therefore, sir, although it would be normal in terms of its height above the roof of the building we're proposing, the bylaw relates the top of the mechanical to the permitted height of 15.5 meters. So that's why we have the 10.5 meter. It doesn't permit a 10.5 meter tall mechanical. What it does, sir, is permit a height to the top of the mechanical of 26 meters. And you can see there the building itself we're proposing has the same height to the top of the mechanical of 26, whereas the height of the actual building, if you see on the, if I could ask staff just to scroll on the left side, we included the height to of the top of the roof there at about 20.8 meters, sir. So the mechanical itself sits above that 20.8 meters, but we have to measure the variance to the permitted height of 15.5. I hope that helps explain it, sir. It is confusing and technical, but the way what I keep coming back to, sir, it's a normal mechanical that sits on the top of the roof, if I can put it that way.
Okay, so what I understand, it's simple math. What you are getting is like the height is 20.5 meter, and minus that 15.5, yeah. So it's 5 meter.
Yeah, what we're doing, sir, is right now on the plans, we're planning to have a 4.5 meter mechanical.
Okay.
We've, through this application, built in a flex of a potential 1.5 meters because there may be some elements that stick out above that. So we've got some flex in there. That's why you see, sir, the proposed height of 26 meters, the planned height of 24.5 meters. Both of those measurements are to the top of the mechanical, but the top of the roof is 20.8 for the 6-story building. And so the measurement on the mechanical variance is from 15.5 to 26, which gets you the 10.5.
Thank you. So my second question was about the accessible parking. First of all, I just want to be more clear that this number of parking is for how many number of dwelling units. So I calculate the dwelling unit number as like there are 2 5-story buildings having 214 dwelling units. This building is will be an addition of 130 units. So total units will be 344. So the parking, accessible parking, which is 9, is for the 344 units, right?
It is, sir, and we're not seeking to reduce it. It's just in the configuration of the underground, the bylaw requires them to be, quote, closest to an entrance of the building. And just the way it's laid out, it's hard for us to get one of the spaces, to get these 5 spaces closest to the elevators. So we are getting them as close as we can. We just can't have them be closest, if I can put it that way, sir.
So these 5s, only 4 are to the...
Sorry, sir. I apologize, sir. I just misled you unintentionally. I said 5. That was a misstatement, sir.
Okay.
If staff could if staff could go to page 5, sir, which is what triggered me to say 5 to you, I apologize. You can see where we've laid out the proposed locations of the spaces. And if we count them, sir, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There are 8 that would not be quote unquote closest.
Yes.
Staff have accepted this rationale, but through a condition have just asked us to move a few of the spaces, and we are prepared to do that, sir, and work with Transportation Services in accordance with their memo to get their sign off to clear that condition.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's what I needed some clarity on that. And thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions, Mr. Sayed? No. Mr. Khan, looks, do you have any questions? Nope. Mr. Stinson. Okay. This is an application. We have no comments from the neighbors or from the renters in the building. And we do have one comment from Councillor McKelvey in support, but she's recognizing that this is an area of rental housing, and this proposal is for rental housing. The information we have in front of us is somewhat complex. We have a report from community planning that requests that the applicant enter into a Section 45 agreement, conveyance of the natural heritage lands. I think that's a portion of Deeks Hill Park to the east of this. Provide public access easement, provide and maintain rental dwellings for 20 years, provide tenants access to all indoor and outdoor amenities on the lands and improvements to the existing buildings. To the applicant, I understand that most of this has been negotiated with you. These are not of any surprise, I believe. Are you in agreement with all these conditions?
Yes, Madam Chair, and we thank staff for working with us on them.
Okay. We have comments from TRCA. They have no objections, but their comments on requiring a permit. And I believe the lands are to be conveyed to the city, not to the TRCA. But again, that's a matter between the TRCA and the city to work out. The Transportation Services have a revised site plan showing curb cuts, signage, a number of items that are also in our supplementary agenda. And we have no conditions from Ravine Natural Forest. So in a fairly complex variance, overall, I believe it has a number of variances, often because of the old wording of the previous variances. Committee, do you have any other questions for the applicant? Any comments? Are we ready to take this matter into committee? I have nods from everybody. Okay, I'm ready for a motion. Okay, Mr. Said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before the motion, I would also like to appreciate that the applicant is taking a lot of other measures too for improvement of these buildings, including laundry room, elevators, plumbings, and all those things. So I think we should also appreciate those things, which goes positive for the residents of that building, beside accessible parking and all these things. So with that comments, and Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of item 23, subject to conditions of community planning staff report recommendation, as well as the transportation sections conditions.
Through the chair, there's also TRCA conditions.
They have no objections on that, but we can include as a TRCA.
Through the chair, there are conditions that are recommended by TRCA.
Looking for a permit, I believe.
I apologize. So I will include the conditions of TRCA as well. Thank you. Thank you.
So,
Appendix
traffic
A.
Commissions, TRCA conditions, transportation services conditions.
Yes.
Those are the three. And the CP report requires the applicant to enter into a Section 45 agreement with a number of clauses. Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Khan? Okay, all those in
Through the chair, the member needs to verbally say that they second it. When they do a motion, it's not just a simply raising the hand. They need to indicate verbally that they second the motion.
Okay, I need a verbal.
I second the motion.
Thank you.
Living and learning. Okay, all those in favor, I don't believe you need to be verbal. You can just raise your hands, right? Yes, thank you. Okay, thank you very much to the applicant. Thank you for taking us through that presentation of a very complicated application, and you made it seem quite simple and logical. Thank you. Okay, we're moving onwards to item number 24. Okay. Item 24 is 2746 Kingston Road in the Cliffcrest community. It's a variance to increase the permitted gross floor area and reduce the number of required parking spaces. We have comments from community planning, and I don't believe we have any
Transportation.
for transportation services, and we have one letter of objections. So we have comments. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to item 2746 Kingston Road? Kingston Road, just to the east of Brimley. No? Okay, is the applicant online? The applicant is...
I am. Yes, Madam Chair, it's still me, Mr. Bronskill, back to back with thanks for staff for the scheduling.
Good.
Okay, Mr. Bronsdale.
Thank you.
We have a...
Thank you, Madam Chair. Go ahead, sorry.
Okay, we have a number of notes. The staff have recommended deferral as the application is not reflected in the associate site plan application. We understand that you've had further conversations with staff. And I guess we're at the position of wanting to know why the application in front of us and the site plan application in front of staff are not the same. Would you like to comment on that?
Yes, Madam Chair, it's really just a sequential issue of, I'm going to say, time and resources and frankly expenses. And I'm going to say it this way: if the variances are authorized by the committee, we would be required to update the site plan accordingly and based on these variances if we wanted to implement them. If the variances are ultimately not approved, the site plan as it sits at the city today would remain as it is today. The alternative, Madam Chair, would be to spend the time and money to update the site plans. If the variances were then ultimately not authorized, we would then have to go back to the site plan that's currently before the city. We just see it as more efficient to see if the variances are approved, and if they are, we would have to implement them at the site plan approval stage, and we would implement them at the site plan approval stage. And so frankly, Madam Chair, it's just a sense of efficiencies to do it this way. My understanding is that this may be a form over substance argument, because I don't believe that staff are opposed to the variances. They just want the site plan updated to reflect the variances. And if the variances are authorized, that will occur. So that's why, Madam Chair, we prefer to proceed today. and see if the variances are authorized, and if they are, the site plan drawings would be updated accordingly.
Okay. A question, are there any other issues that might spark another variance? We don't want to see another variance in 2 or 3 months from now because your site plan and the application in front of us still don't coincide. Are you?
No, I understand that. Yeah. No, Madam Chair, that's a fair comment. We are confident that these are the variances. It's, if I can say it this way, it's a relatively simple application because the built form remains the same under the bylaw. There's no changes to setbacks, step backs, or height. The additional 2,000 square meters of GFA comes entirely within that approved built form, and we're not seeking changes to that built form. And so it's a caution, Madam Chair. I know my client's online listening. It's a caution, Madam Chair, we hear, but we are confident that these are the variances required to implement what would be an additional 30 homes, 12 in the tower building and 18 in the mid-rise building. So we see it as a good opportunity to have 30 more homes approved, but your caution, Madam Chair, has been heard.
Okay. I have another caution here, and that is that the second variance here is to reduce the parking so that a minimum of 370 parking spaces will be provided, whereas the zoning bylaw requires 571 spaces. We have a letter of opposition to that, and basically the opposition points out that this part of Scarborough is currently regarded as underserved by TTC, and therefore by providing a reduced parking, there is a concern that people in the area will have parking on the neighborhood streets, and he talks about it as an added burden borne by the neighborhood. So we've got these two applications. I don't have anything from transportation planning, or let me just double check that I have nothing from staff saying that they are in support of this parking reduction. Sorry, yes, staff?
Through the chair, given that both there are deferral reports from both community planning and transportation services, you may want to ask the applicant if they wish to do a presentation.
Okay. All right, I have raised those two issues. So to the applicant, do you wish to make a presentation?
Madam Chair, I'm happy to continue with, I've sort of tried to, in terms of answering the deferral and some of the initial questions, I think touched on some aspects of the presentation already that I would give you. So I don't propose to repeat some of that. And for example, Madam Chair, I noted for the committee, no setback changes, step back changes, height changes. This is all within the approved building envelope to achieve the additional 30 homes through the 2,000 square meters. And that's just important, I think, Madam Chair, in terms of shadowing transition. Those other built form matters are not being changed through this application. Madam Chair, again, my understanding is that the deferrals relate to having the site plans updated. There have been discussions with city staff, and although they are requesting a deferral, Madam Chair, my understanding is no one has raised a concern with the substance of the variances themselves. The parking variance, Madam Chair, in particular, I would simply note is a variance that is intended to bring down the supply of parking in accordance with the new City of Toronto parking bylaw, which is overall seeking to reduce the amount of parking in buildings, and in particular to reduce auto dependency. And that reduction, Madam Chair, that's being sought here is in line with that City Council initiative. So it is frankly consistent with the emerging policy direction at the city to reduce parking in developments like this. There would still be, Madam Chair, 370 parking spaces. There would be approximately 580 units. It's still a ratio, Madam Chair, that is being recommended and approved in this area and similar areas, in my experience, across the city for developments like this. And it will still have an appropriate parking supply for this type of building. Madam Chair, we believe the variances meet the 4 tests, and in particular, Madam Chair, on the parking, not just the new zoning bylaw, but policies in the official plan itself that seek to reduce parking and therefore reduce auto dependency in the city.
Okay, all right. Having sort of strayed a little bit from what is usually in front of us, we have no one in the audience who wishes to speak to this. I've already talked to that. There's no one online who wishes to speak to this. Okay, so now I'm at the mercy of the committee members. Committee members, do you have any comments? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Bronskill, always eloquent when you speak. One of the things that you touched on was efficiencies, and another word you touched on was cost savings. So with this situation of certain things unanswered, would it not be more prudent for a little more time? And if that's not clear enough, which is it, the efficiencies or the cost savings, please?
The time, frankly, sir, I don't think would be of any benefit, and it is, and I'm going to say to you, it's both, and I'll explain that answer in a minute. The time's not going to change anything because we're going to have the same variances, and I could update the site plans, and it's not going to change, frankly, the public notice or the record of materials that are before the committee. In terms of efficiencies, sir, there's 2 aspects to the efficiencies. The one is, and as we've noted in the cover letter that was submitted with the application, our client is a big fan of this area and wants to have the project underway, and is in fact launched for sales, and in a very strange market, is looking at starting construction as well. And so deferring would therefore defer that, and therefore defer the delivery of the project as a whole. That's the first thing, sir. In terms of efficiencies, I don't think it's an efficient process to revise a site plan, wait and see if the variances are implemented, and if they're not, then have to revise the site plan back. And then, sir, in terms of cost savings, I would just simply note, I think it's obvious that updating site plan materials when that update may not ultimately be required if the variances are not authorized is not a good use, frankly, of the client's resources with its consultants and its architectural team. So it is the 2, sir. And especially, sir, when neither memo in front of you actually identifies a substantive concern, the memos simply indicate that there might be additional variances. We're confident there are not. And we've also heard Madam Chair today with her, frankly, very prudent caution.
I'm going to ask a question of the applicant here because my colleague here has asked about time and efficiencies. And I can appreciate that that is something that you are interested in. But you have put the committee in a very difficult position. We don't know what is the site plan. We're told or staff comments. We're told that they're not available because they're waiting for you to revise. We would be in a much better position if we had a comment from planning staff saying that the site plan control application is sufficiently forwarded to proceed with a variance. So I'm not sure that time and efficiencies really are doing anything. I think we're kind of in a whirly-pool where we're going around and around and around and not achieving what would be good either for you, your clients, or for the city. That's kind of where I'm sitting on this. Other panel members, where are you?
Madam Chair, if I could respond briefly to that, and I'm going to gently push back. In fairness, I don't think it's my client that has put the committee in this position. We filed a complete application with a complete set of plans. There's an 18-page set of plans before the Committee of Adjustment that are circulated to staff, and I don't know why they haven't reviewed those and provided a full opinion to you. And I don't know how updating a site plan would change what they would have to review to provide an opinion to you. They have all of the materials. What they're asking us to do is update the site plan materials, which are not before you as part of the record, so that they can just be satisfied there are no other variances. And I am here telling the committee there are no other variances. So it is unfair to my client that staff, for whatever reason, haven't reviewed the 18-page set of plans to provide a memo to you. We would then be deferred. We would have to update our site plan, and we would be delayed. And in a market like this, I don't think that's an efficient planning process. When there's a client that wants to get underway with construction, I can't get into the head of staff to know why they didn't review those plans and provide comments. But it's clear what the variances are. And I do think they meet the 4 tests. And I don't think it's an efficient planning process to force another application to be revised when those revisions might ultimately not be necessary.
Okay, I understand. I hear what you're saying. Just a question. When did you last submit your 18 pages of site plan? Are we talking January?
Of site plan of site plan, Madam Chair, or variance?
No, it's site plan application.
You'll have to give me a moment, Madam Chair, to pull up the site plan file, because I don't have that at my disposal right in front of me. I have the variance plans, but if I should be able to get that, Madam Chair, in about a minute.
Okay, I'm asking because you're saying that the reason we have this variances in front of us with a concern from planning staff is the planning staff have not had the time to consider the site plan. And I just want to know, are we talking 1 year, 5 months?
No, Madam Chair, that's actually not what I'm. No, that's actually not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we prepared a full set of application materials, submitted to the committee in October with these plans. This matter was scheduled and notice. I just misled you, Madam Chair, because I misread, I think, the dates. So just give me a moment, Madam Chair.
You submitted it to committee? Are you talking about submitting it to Committee of Adjustment, or are you talking about submitting your revised?
Committee of Adjustment.
Okay, I'm asking, when was the last submission of your revised site plans?
Well, the last submission of the revised site plan, Madam Chair, if you just give me a moment, I have to open up the site plan. The point is, Madam Chair, we submitted these plans to the committee, to staff. I believe they've had them since May. The 18-page set of plans to be able to review. So it's not like they haven't had time to be able to review the 18-page set of plans that are before Committee of Adjustment. The last detailed revision, I think, on the site plan, Madam Chair, there was an initial submission in April 2022. There was a revision in July. And Madam Chair, I have the detailed revision list for that application.
Okay.
But there was a resubmission in July.
Okay. So they resubmitted your site plan in July. You went and submitted for Committee of Adjustment in October. We're now in November, and we're in a position where staff said they haven't had the opportunity to consider the site plan and are asking that this application be deferred or refused. And you're saying, no, they've got that time, you want to proceed. And the other thing, of course, that I have not mentioned is we're really looking at the 2 variances here, one for an increase in gross floor area and the other one for a parking. So with all of that, I'm going to turn it over to my other members. Any questions from my other members? Any comments?
Thank you, Chair. I just want to comment that it is important that the city builds housing in a timely way, and it's important, too, that the process is followed. So the two form a nexus, and that's our process here. So I appreciate the applicant's need to continue in an expeditious way, but I'd also point out that we have to be guardians of this process, and we seem to have, to the chair's point, some things that we're just not seeing. So that's my concern to my members. Thank you.
Any further comments? Okay. So we have an application here with 2 variances. We have comments from city staff recommending a deferral as the application is not reflected in the associated site plan application. And we have a comment from the community who have said they have a concern with the parking provision. Let's take this into our hands and...
Through the chair, before you take it into committee, you may wish to confirm with the applicant, just to be sure whether they wish to have a decision at the hearing today.
Okay. I was sitting here thinking about being in the midst of a negotiation with the applicant, and I can understand that you want some timing, and you want to put some pressure on everyone because your client wants to get into the ground and wants to get moving. I'm wondering whether the applicant would be willing to consider a deferral with a specific date. And I'm thinking perhaps February, which is 2 months, giving a new notice. Whether the applicant would be willing to consider a deferral with a specific date. Up to the applicant.
Through the chair, you may, you have no idea whether staff are going to be ready to report on it. I'm just putting that out there.
Yes, I'm recognizing that. That's why I didn't say January or December. I'm looking at February, and it may be that in February we have exactly the same situation. But at the moment, the applicant is saying he wants his time in court now, regardless of where the staff are dealing with the application. So I'm looking, is there any room for maneuvering here? We can refuse this application, which really doesn't achieve anything. So to the applicant, are you willing to consider a deferral with a specific date?
Madam Chair, I would have to get instructions. I think that was the voice of the esteemed Deputy Secretary Treasurer.
Yes.
And there is a part of me that shares the concern, is that I defer to February, and I'm not sure that I'm in any better of a position at that point. And that causes me some concern. So, Madam Chair, I don't know whether this is possible or not to just stand us down. Maybe you could do the next item. I could quickly call my client, and then when you were finished the next item, I could answer your question. I'm not sure I can answer that question directly without instructions.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Through the chair, we're in the middle of deliberations here.
Yes, so can we stand this item down, proceed to the next item, and then we will come back and pick up where we are?
Through the chair, you're better off doing if the committee wishes, taking a 5-minute recess.
I like 5-minute recesses.
As opposed to going to a new item.
Okay, all right. Given the advice from staff, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. And if anyone can bring me a cup of coffee, I'd be even happier. But I know that that's not possible. So to all members listening and to the public that's listening, the committee will take a 10-minute recess, and we'll be back at 4:20? Is that the right time? And we will be continuing with this application. Committee members, with this application, I have to caution you, we cannot discuss this while we're in our 10-minute recess. Sorry. I forgot I have to turn on all the machines again. Okay. Committee, we are back in considering the variance application for 2746 Kingston Road in Cliffcrest. We had a 10-minute break to allow the applicant to consult with his client. Is the applicant back online?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. And the results of your consultation?
We do appreciate the indulgence, Madam Chair. We would prefer to proceed today. Again, Madam Chair, we're not sure why updating the site plan will change the record that's actually before this committee. And second, Madam Chair, we don't know what we don't know. And I am still concerned that we get to February at the earliest, and there can be additional deferral requests. There could even be a refusal. I think, Madam Chair, given what we know about the staff position, which is they don't actually have an objection to the two variances before you, we would prefer to proceed today, even if that means a risk of a refusal.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for
Thank you, Madam Chair.
consulting with your client. We don't have any information from staff that they are, they have any concerns with these other than they don't have any comments. So we're sitting here with staff recommendations that the application be deferred, and we've been through that. So we're now at the position that you don't want a deferral, which was offered to you, and I don't believe that providing a deferral in opposition to the client is of any benefit. So we're back to dealing with the application. We have two variances, one for an increase in gross floor area, and a second one, a decrease in minimum number of parking spaces. Committee, what is your wish? Is there, committee, do you have any additional questions for the applicant at this stage? I think I'll just allow that. No more. Okay. All right. So now we're in committee. No further communication with the applicant. What is the wish of committee?
Just a comment before we go to the motion, Madam Chair. We do. I mean, during the discussion, we discuss about time and efficiency factor, and we also give an opportunity to the applicant for considering the deferral choice. After discussing all these options available with us, Madam Chair, I am supportive of the. I'm not supportive of the application at this point of time, and I am supportive that a review should be done with the site plan control application process by the community planning or the transportation services before a decision is taken on that. So with that, I am not supporting the application.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mohammed. Mr. Said, any other comments? Any other comments? Okay, Mr. Said, do you want to proceed with a motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In view of all these discussions, I put forward motion for refusal of the application.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Chair, I'll second that motion. Thank you.
Okay, so a motion to refuse the application has been put forth by Mr. Said, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All in favor of the refusal? Thank you. Okay, to the applicant, you have seen what has happened. Thank you very much for your consideration here. So we will move on to item number 25. Item 25 is a consent application and 3 variance applications for 3763 Ellesmere Road. We've had some people sitting in the audience for some time. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to the application for 3763 Ellesmere Road? Nope? Okay. Is the applicant online? Yeah, can you move the chair so I can see you again? Thank you. Okay, committee members, in this, wait a minute, sorry. I'm, just give me a minute here. I'm trying to pull up. Oh, this is the new agenda, isn't it? It's agenda package number 3. Sorry to keep you waiting here. I have to pull up the correct agenda item. And because of the magnitude of the applications we have, oh, Lord. Okay. These materials are sent to us in 3 packages, and therefore I had to get to package number 3 in order to pull up the material in front of me. Thank you for giving me the time to do this. Oh, why is this not working? Okay. I'm here. Members of the committee, this is a consent application to create, to divide the property into 3 parcels. There are 3 variance applications with this consent application. The variance applications are dealing with frontage area and the development of the property in terms of getting a building permit. We can, in fact, deal with all 4 applications, the consent and the 3 variances together, but I'd like for us to at least start off considering the consent application. Once we've made a decision on the consent application, we can then deal with the variances. Okay?
That's fine.
Through the chair, just to confirm, are you suggesting that all of these be dealt with together, but you do separate motions, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, I'm suggesting, certainly for this time, that all of these applications be considered together, but that we make a decision on the consent application first, and then we make decisions on the variance applications, rather than roll the whole thing into 4 decisions as one.
Understood.
Okay? All right. Okay. So, there is no one in the audience for 3763 Ellesmere Road. Is the applicant online? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. I am Krishna Shah and I'm representing 3763 Ellesmere Road.
All right, you're the applicant? You're representing the application?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So, consent application to divide the property into 3 parcels. Do I have any comments from, any questions of the applicant from committee members? Yes, Mr. Said.
Is the applicant is going to give the presentation, or they are okay? We can directly go to the question, Madam Chair.
Do you wish a presentation? I have a yes and a no, so because we're going to be super careful today, we will ask for a presentation. So to the applicant, can you give us a presentation on the consent application first, please?
Sure, Madam Chair and committee members. I would like to give a short presentation for this project. We are applying to sever the lots into 3 parts. As per city requirement, we have provided a cover letter describing the site characteristics. We are requesting for only 4 variances. The first 3 variants for all the 3 lots is because we are severing the lot. There are nearby lots with similar lot frontage closer to 3763 Ellesmere Road mentioned in the cover letter. For lot areas, there are around 4 to 5 lots where lot area are under what we have proposed for 3763 Ellesmere Road, which is also mentioned in the cover letter. And we are only requesting an additional 2 meter more for the height. We are proposing 9.5 meter height. Since the lot severance is adding up the variance, I would request the committee to consider this minor in nature. Thank you.
Thank you. So your variances are, your consents are to divide the property into 3 parcels. Each property would have a frontage of 11.72 meters in an area of 425 square meters. Part 2 would have 11.68 meters in an area of 420 square meters, and Part 3 would have a frontage of 11.71 in an area of 425 meters squared. We have conditions from Metrolinx. We have a condition of archaeological assessment. We have development engineering conditions, and we have urban forestry conditions. Do I have any questions regarding the consent applications from the committee members?
Excuse me, Madam Chair. Yes, I have a question from the applicant about the consent part of the application.
Thank you.
What I understand previously, this was approved by this committee, and there were 2 lots were to be created, and the part 3rd was to be that was to be conveyed to the City of Toronto for widening of the road. So my question is that what happened to that while this committee already approved the consent application? I'm just curious, like what happened to that?
Okay, to the applicant, can you give us a history as to why the consent application did not proceed?
Yes, Madam Chair and committee members. I agree this was done previously, but the owner would like to go for 3 lots. He would like to sever the lot into 3 parts, and hence we are requesting for the severance for 3 parts.
That's what my question was, that what actually happened is just a change of mind, or there was some technical issues, design issues. That's what I need some more information on that.
Yes, it was just a change of mind for the owner. They wanted to go for 2 or 3 instead of 2.
So what they're looking for is to increase the number of lots created from the approval that was given in, I believe, 2017.
Yes, and this time, Madam Chair, there are 3 lots they are proposing. The thing is, the application has changed because with creation of 3 lots, the previous application, the frontage was 17.5 meter, which this time has been further reduced to 11.72 meters, which is again a significant decrease in the frontage. I don't know what the applicant have the comparables information about the other lots, but it looks to me inappropriate size of the lots, all the 3 lots. If it were 2 lots, that was okay, and that's what we approved. But now they are making it more smaller lots, and which is not an appropriate size.
Okay. To the applicant, what is your justification for going for a smaller frontage?
Madam Chair, if you would like to refer to the cover letter that we have provided, we have mentioned the information of the neighboring lot that have similar lot frontage. I've mentioned 3 lot which have lot frontage up to 12 meter. So, and we have reached up to 11.72 meters for the lot frontage. So I think it is similar to that, and I would request the committee to kindly approve the variance.
And my further question will be, it's not only the frontage, talking about the lot area. The required lot area is, yes, the required lot area is the 1,431 square meter, whereas you are proposing within the range of 420 and 425 square meters. Which is again a significant reduction what is actually required.
That's a question to the
Yes,
applicant.
sir. Yes, I agree that is a major reduction, but I would like to again compare with the lot areas that I have mentioned in the cover letter. The lot nearby to this property, they have the lot coverage which are even lesser than what we have proposed. So if we compare that, we have proposed more than what is already there in the nearby vicinity. So I would like to request you to kindly approve the variance for the C variance.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. Khan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I would like to ask this madam, the archaeological assessment about the Heritage Act, when you are subdividing or you are seeking consent, do you have that report and what this heritage site was?
To the applicant, do you understand that there is a request for an archaeological assessment on these properties as a condition to the consent? And so the question is, what do you know about this property that would have raised that issue?
Madam Chair, we have no information about the report as of now, and we are not aware of that archaeological report, but we will look into it if we get the information.
Are you aware of the condition that there be an archaeological assessment provided for the
Yes,
police?
I'm aware of.
You're aware of that condition. Are you in agreement with that condition?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. To your question, I don't think she's gone any further with that. Any other questions regarding the, yes?
Thank you, Chair. Applicant, looking over the paperwork for this, we have, and I'm sure the Deputy Treasurer will help me, we have ECS, we have Metrolinx, HPS, UFS, these are different entities in the city construct that would like to know that you will meet certain conditions, or at least they're also perhaps talking about revisiting certain issues. Are you aware of all these issues these different departments want of you? Thank you.
Yes, I'm aware of all the reports and all the conditions, and I agree to work on it.
I believe we would, you're aware that these conditions will be added to your approval, if approved, and that before getting consent finalized, you have to meet those conditions.
Yes, I agree, Madam Chair.
Okay, these are fairly standard conditions. They're not, there's nothing unusual. The archaeological is somewhat unusual, but the eastern part of Scarborough has a lot of archaeological artifacts that are now coming forward, and so this is starting to become a standard condition as well. So we've got Metrolinx has an issue, archaeological, development engineering, and urban forestry conditions. And you don't have any problems with any of those conditions to the applicant?
No, Madam Chair, I don't have any opposition to that. I accept the conditions and I'll work on it.
Okay, all right. Any other questions? Okay, we have an application for consent to create 3 lots, each having a frontage of 11.72 and an area of 425, 11.68, 420, and a frontage of 11.71 and 425. And we have conditions from those 4 agencies that we discussed. Are we ready to take this matter into committee? Okay, good. Do I have a motion?
Before motion, Madam Chair, I would like to comment on that.
Okay.
Previously, this application was approved, the consent application was approved. That seems to be quite reasonable with 2 lots, with a frontage of 17.5 meter. But this time, the application, in my opinion, is not in that good shape to be considered, to be supportive for 11.7 meter frontage, whereas the required frontage is 35 meter. For all the three lots, not only the frontage, the lot area is also significantly has been reduced, especially for this area. Yes, there are a couple of lots which on the Ellesmere Road, close to the vicinity of this, which may be equal to this, a little bit smaller even to that. But looking at the whole area, I think this is going to be not fitting into the character of that part of the street. Most of those developments are bigger than this, and this will be in my opinion, again, this is going to be an inappropriate size, both in terms of frontage and lot area.
Okay, thank you. Are you ready to put forth a motion?
With that comments, with that background, Madam Chair, I feel this consent application is leading to inappropriate creation of inappropriate lot sizes. I therefore put forward motion for refusal of the consent application, and subsequently the attached application minor variance will not be effective.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that?
Chair, I'll second that.
Okay. I have a motion from Mohammed Seed with a second from Mr. Stinson to refuse this application for consent. All those in favor of the refusal? That carries. Okay.
Through the chair, what is your vote?
I'll refuse it. So, given the refusal of the consent applications, the variance applications are no longer applicable. Do we need to refuse the variance applications, or is that?
Through the chair, Member Said had said it was for both the consent and the minor variance applications.
Okay, all right. So, the applications for consent and for variances for 3763 Ellesmere Road have been refused. We now move on to second application. And this application is for 94 Kitchener. I see we have a couple of people in the audience. Sir, are you the applicant?
I'm the applicant, Patrick McAuliffe.
Okay. Let me see if there's anyone else in the audience who wishes to speak. Yes? Okay. Do you want to come down to the front? Perhaps you can sit on this side of the bench. So we have the applicant in the audience. Do we have anyone online?
Through the chair, we have one speaker online.
One speaker online. Okay, good. All right. So in this situation, what we will be doing is we will be listening to the applicant first. Then we will listen to the speakers in the audience. Then we will listen to the speaker online. At the end of that, the applicant has an opportunity to provide a 5-minute rebuttal, and then the committee will be making a decision. Okay?
Will the committee be making a decision on everything at once, or on the severance and then the?
I think just as the previous one, it's probably most efficient for us to make a decision on the consents to start with. And if they are approved, then we can deal with the variance.
Can I request? Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd like to request that it be divided like that.
You would like it to be requested that we deal with the consents and then the variances?
Yes.
Okay. We can do that.
Okay.
So, this is 94 Kitchener Road. Committee, do you wish to have a presentation from the applicant?
Obviously.
Yes. So, you
Okay.
have 5 minutes, Mr. McAuliffe.
Okay. Regarding the severance of the lots.
But can you speak up or make sure that that is...
Hello? Hello? Okay. Regarding the severance of the lots, we're requesting a 10.06 lot for both lots. When the city, about approximately 10 to 12 years ago, the city sold off right-of-way that was basically supposed to be a street between Kitchener and Poplar Road. The result of that sell-off created 4 9-meter lots. So 10 meters is nothing new in the neighborhood. About 7 years ago, I had approved at the committee the severance of 75A and 75B Kitchener, and they were two exact same size, 10.6 meter wide. Also at 100A and 100B Poplar Road, which is very close to this same area, there are 2 lots that are actually 10 meters wide. So requesting 10.6 is not anything new to this direct vicinity there. Okay, so during this process, our first proposal was put forward and the planning department did not like it. As a result of that, we revised everything to the point where we made the planning department happy. So they are now in the process of not making any comment about this. So we think that the planning department is now happy with our proposal. Now to go through the items of variances. Item number 1 is for a side variance of 4.46, which is 1'6". Now, that does not affect the neighbors. That only affects these two houses. It's just that the garages, each is going to be 4.6 from the property line. The other side of the house, which is on the neighbor's side, will be 1.2 meters. The living space index is 0.50. We're requesting 0.59, which I don't think is too far out of line. The lot frontage, again, I just talked about that, 10.06. The building length, what is required is 17 meters, and we're asking for 18.72, which we do not feel is beyond reach. The wall heights, we have 7.12 for most of the house and 7.86 for the area above the garage. Now, I want to point out here too that we're not asking for a roof height change. We're still going with a 9-meter roof height change. The eaves, the setback for the eaves, again, that only affects these two houses. It doesn't affect neighbors' houses. It's just that because these houses are too close together in themselves that we have created this eaves problem. So it doesn't have any effect on the neighbors. And the final item is the width of the driveway, and we're just asking for the driveway to be as wide as what the garage is.
Okay.
So that is all of our issues.
Just a point of clarification here. We have two variance applications. You have read the variances. Are they identical for both of the proposed lots?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you.
And I will make one more note, and that is, yes, there are two garden suites behind this, and the garden suites are totally designed to meet every possible requirement for a garden suite. Okay?
Okay. Do I have any questions from the committee?
Sorry, questions?
No, I see none.
Nope. Okay.
Okay. All right. The first gentleman here, your opportunity to speak to us. Would you give us your name and your address, please?
My name is Mikhail Miras, and I live at 121A Poplar Road.
131A?
A, yes. There's two houses with the same number.
That's 131A Poplar Road?
Yes.
It's the road behind?
It's the road behind.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
I am not directly behind the house. I'm one lot off, one lot to the north. And I don't know about the rest of my neighbors. I know a couple of them did receive notices about the proposal. I did not receive a notice. I found out lately, last week, and thank who was responsible that let me speak and receive my email. My email was not approved because it was late. My concern is I lived there for almost 40 years. Most of the houses there are bungalows, and the ones that they are 2 stories, they are quite much lower than I believe what, I'm not an architect, but from what I see that he's, this applicant is going to build. I'm also concerned about the garden suites. They were so close to our fence and our backyards, like our privacy will be non-existent. It will change the whole, look of our neighborhood, where most of the houses have chain link fence instead of big, huge wooden fences. It's wide open. So put in, 2 units, 4 units, or maybe 6 units, if the garden suites are two separate living quarters at the back, to a lot that right now has one single-family unit. I understand times are changing, but this is way, way too small lots for a proposal like that. Those are my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to stay there for a minute. Is there any questions of the speaker? No, we don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
My name is William Shaw. I live at 92 Kitchener Road, immediately adjacent to the proposed project. I believe that cutting the lots and splitting the lot in basically two just makes it's too small, too tight, given the size of the homes that are going to go onto it. Right now, as I understand, the bylaw is 12 meters, and they basically want two lots that are almost 2 meters each less. And when I look at all of the variances on this project in totality, I just find it incredible that this is considered minor. But more importantly, on each lot, they're requesting a 17.5% increase in floor space for each. They want to increase the height of the 4 new homes, the front and 2-story cars, by 1.72 meters, or an additional 5.6 feet in height, which is going to be quite high relative to my bungalow area. And they want to increase the heights of the back walls as well. Moreover, they also want to, I don't want any encroachment into the lot setback of 0.9 meters on their side. The proposal would put the roof lines 0.06 meters or 2 inches from my lot line, and I don't find that very acceptable. Given the fact that there's extremely tight parking on this street already, in the winter it's down to a single lane. There's quite a few homes that have basement apartments already. Parking is an extreme premium, and assuming that the garden suites got 2 tenants each, they put a basement apartment in and a main floor, and on 2 lots, you're looking at possibly 8 vehicles, of which they'll have space for perhaps 2. As well, there are some very mature trees on the lot, which they're proposing to take down, at least 3 that I'm aware of. And there's a lot of green shrubbery, which gives me privacy along the current fence line, which on the diagrams would be completely ripped out. So there'd be absolutely no privacy on my lot at that point. The current fence is approximately, I think it's 4.5 feet high from memory. And in terms of, what I'm going to say is, even if you did approve the severance, I just think this project is just too large for the neighborhood. We also have issues of sewer backup and flooding in the area. My lot sometimes floods from a side there, and I'm concerned about where the drainage is for all these homes are going to go. We already have flooding in the backyard, and we've got some flooding along my side yard. And I don't know if this is relevant, but I spoke to the neighbor adjacent at 96. They are tenants, and they did not receive a notice of this hearing. I also went to the 2 homes behind me, and I believe that's 114, 116, and 118 to speak to the neighbors there. And they also said they didn't have any notices of this. And I did this on Friday, so unfortunately it was too late for them to put in objections. So I have some concerns that the neighbors that are, the 3 adjacent neighbors that are impacted have had no real input or knowledge of this. What's my time? Yeah. My comment would be, if this is going to be approved somewhat in its current form, I'd like it to conform to the current bylaws for height, square footage, setbacks, and like I said, I'm aware of the city selling the lot down there. Yeah, that was done. But there's very few other lots that have been done since the bylaw have been reduced, as far as I'm aware. Let me just see. I think I've got everything. Right. And then again, increasing the driveway width. I know he said it was to the match the garage width. Well, my comment there is going to be that's just going to allow them to put more cars on the front of the home. Because when you calculate it, that would basically create single car drives into 2-car drives.
And that kind of defeats the city's purpose of having fewer cars and more automobiles. And then finally, the TTC, or transportation area, is terrible. And to add 8 units where most of these people aren't going to have access to transportation, I don't think is a good fit and proposal. I think that's all.
Thank you very much, sir. A question, you say you live on number 92 Kitchener, which is the property immediately south of the property that we're looking at. Do you know the frontage of your lot?
It's 65 feet. I don't know in meters.
That 65 feet is good enough. Okay. All right. Do any panel members have any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe staff could answer this. There's been some talk here about notification of this hearing. Did the notification process happen?
Through the chair, we can confirm a notice was provided in accordance with the Planning Act.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much, sir. We have someone online? Yes? I believe we've got everyone in the audience, so can we connect in with the person online?
Through the chair, Jody, you have been unmuted.
Hello, Jody. Would
Okay.
you please give me your
Hi
name?
there. My name is Jody. Hi.
Hi.
Yes, it's Jody Thrift.
Yeah. And your address, please.
And I live at 96 Kitchener Road.
Okay. Thank you. Just as I asked the gentleman before you, can you give me the frontage of your lot, if you know it?
I'm not exactly sure, but I'm gonna say it's comparable to his. I think it's about 65.
Okay, thank you. That's close
meters,
enough.
if that's what you said.
That's close enough. We have the maps here.
Yeah.
I think you're correct, but it's hard to tell from the maps that we have in front of us. Okay, Jody, so go ahead and tell us what you want to say. You have 5 minutes.
Okay, so I'm not the registered owner of the property. I'm a tenant. We live on the main floor of that house. I've lived there for 10 years and have previously gone through a situation like this where a demolition happened, encroaching on a property that I lived in, and can say without a doubt that it did nothing but cause damage to my property. It caused health issues for my children because there was dust flying everywhere, demolition materials and things of that nature. I'm also concerned, as are the other neighbors, that privacy will be an issue if they're creating buildings that are taller than what is currently existing. It also changes the look of the neighborhood. Not to mention that there is a property down the street, I'm not exactly sure of the address, that was severed and has sat as a big, giant, ugly open hole for almost a year now because construction halted for whatever reason. So are we gonna end up in that scenario? Like, there's just way too many issues with severing that kind of property that I can see. Whether or not it's relevant, I also know the people that were tenants in that property before a year ago, and they were told that they needed to vacate that property because the landlord was moving in, and it has never been lived in since that day. So I feel like this has all been done under the guise of trying to get rid of the property, and to do so in order to make serious financial gains at the hands of others. Anyway, those are my comments. I just wanted to make sure that my piece was heard.
Okay, thank you very much for those comments. Members, do we have any questions? Is there anyone else? Okay. All right. Back to the applicant. We have heard the comments from 3 residents in the area and their concerns. This is your opportunity to speak to those concerns.
Okay, as to the lot size, if you were to draw a line from 94 Kitchener down to 75 Kitchener, 75 Kitchener is the one that I had approved about 7 years ago where we split the lot into 10 meters. If you were to draw a line between those two and make a circle out of it, you would pass all the other properties that I am talking about. You would pass 80B and 80C, which are 9 meters. You would pass 109A and 109B Poplar Road, which are both 9 meters, and you would pass obviously 75 and 75A and B Kitchener, obviously, which are 10 meters. And you'd also pass 100A and 100B Poplar Road, which are both 10 meters. So I don't think we're asking anything out of what's been happening recently in this area, especially in this small specific area. Most of these, except the two 101, 100A and 100B Poplar, most of these are now 2-story houses, and 75A and 75B are quite comparable to what we're trying to propose here. We're just a slight bit bigger, higher in the wall height because we're now doing the method of the garage with the room over and the room over. So that makes the walls a little bit higher, but we have not made the house any higher. It's still 9 meters high. The other issues that we have on the for the severance, a lot of them have to do with the other half of the 2 properties, such as the distance between the 2, 4.6 meters. That has to do with the 2 houses, not the neighboring houses. The eaves setback, that has to do with the eaves on facing each new property, not the neighbor's properties. And if it got down to it, I wouldn't care if I had to change the driveway down to 3.2 meters. That wouldn't bother me in the slightest. So based on that, I think that we are asking for quite a reasonable development here.
Okay. Space between the 2 new lots is the side yard setback and any eaves issue. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to make sure I'd heard that properly. And then on the other side of those lots, you would maintain the
4 feet.
The setbacks.
1.2 meters.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Any questions from committee?
Thank you, Chair. Can you just speak to that last comment about the driveway, the parking?
That was the issue that the planning department had, and I made them happy by by reducing the size of the garage and making the driveway, because they always seem to want to push that the driveway isn't any wider than the width of the garage. That's what I put down on the plan. But it wouldn't bother me if it was 3.2. If it was 3.2, that wouldn't even be an issue anymore.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Are we ready to take this matter into committee? We can talk about this application without proceeding to a decision, if that is easier at this stage. Mr. Stinson, do you have some comments?
Yeah, it's probably, thank you, Chair. It's probably a question to my fellow members in front of the public here. With respect to the comment that the applicant made about the driveway, is there any remedy for this committee to do that if that was something that was appealing to all concerned?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what the driveway issue is here?
Sure. With respect to what the applicant just said, thank you, Chair, 3.2 meters wouldn't bother him at all. Are we in a position that has any bearing on decision-making with this application?
Are you asking me?
So 3.2 meters of width of driveway. I'd have to, let me just take a look at the variances here that are being requested. While I'm doing that, I would like to deal with the consent applications first and ask if the committee has any issues with regard to the consent applications. In terms of the consent applications, are you satisfied that the consents are appropriate for the location, that fit into the pattern of development in the area, and are suitable for the land? So we've got 2 consent applications, 7 of the lots into a 10.06 meter frontage with a lot area of 502.9 meters square for both new lots. Do we have, does the committee have any questions dealing with the consent applications, or should we move further into the variances?
Madam Chair, I believe the consent application is reasonable. Although on the Kitchener Road there are other lots which have the bigger frontage and area, but the law do permits that the frontage could be, 12 meter is the requirement, and the applicant is proposing 10.06, which is very close to that. So I feel this is okay. So consent application, I agree with that,
Okay.
in my opinion.
So
yeah.
we're okay with the consent applications. With the committee, are you prepared to move approval of the consent applications, and then we'll deal with the details of the variances? Yes?
Through the chair, if you're dealing with all of these applications together, you need to deliberate them together. So you can't just so if you want, you can do a motion, but you can't, either you take it in a committee with all of them and then do the motions, but you can't do one by one after the other, right? Do you understand?
Oh, okay. I believe we're in committee. We're all in committee dealing with both the consent applications and the variances.
Okay, I didn't realize you were in committee.
Yes. So.
Okay, sorry about that.
We had an issue with the variances that we were trying to figure out, but I asked committee members if we could go back to the consent applications. If we're satisfied with the consent applications, it makes logical sense to talk about the variances. If we're not satisfied with the consent applications, there's no need to talk about the variances. So that's all I was trying to do, is make it simpler for all of us to kind of compartmentalize the applications.
Thank you.
Okay. So, committee members, we have a consent application here to create 2 lots with a minimum frontage of 10.06 meters and a minimum lot area of 502.91 square meters. I have a motion on the floor to approve that. Do I have, sorry?
No, it was not a motion, it was just a comment, but Madam Chair, if you want, I can move a motion for that.
Okay.
Because then we have to include there are conditions of ECS
Yes.
as well, so.
Yes.
So Madam Chair, I put forward motion for approval of consent application.
Okay.
This is item 26, subject to engineering services condition, and I will also include the standard consent conditions.
Okay, and I believe urban forestry probably.
That will be going to the variance, minor variance.
Through the chair, you may wish to consider putting those on the consent application, the urban forestry conditions.
We can put that.
Yep.
Thank you. So Madam Chair, I will include the ECS standard conditions of consent as well as urban forestry condition number 2 and 3, and condition number 3 is 2 times.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion for approval, subject to the conditions?
Chair, I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion to approve the consent applications from Mr. Said, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All those in favor? All those opposed? In favor, okay. All in favor? Thank you very much. That motion is approved. Your consents are approved. We now deal with the variances. Okay, in the variances, we're still in.
Through the chair, did you vote on that?
I will vote in approval for the consent applications, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, in terms of the variances, Mr. Stinson, you had a question, I believe, regarding the garage access or the.
Thank you, Chair. So we had an applicant who spoke to the width of a driveway. We had some deputations by some citizens in the community that spoke to the width of, or the driveway size. And because of what was said, I was postulating to the committee members, because they have a little more experience than me, if there would be an opportunity to, if there was something advantageous here, to use that information.
Okay. Do we have, what is the variance dealing with driveways?
It's variance number 7, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So variance number 7 says maximum permitted driveway width is 3.2. The proposed driveway width is 3.66. And I believe your position was that the applicant has said he's okay if it goes back to 3.2.
Yes, Chair, if I heard him correctly. And he's giving a nod of approval, so I believe I did. Thank you.
Okay, so committee members, if we can, just to make life simple, are we in agreement that item number 7 is, of the variance is deleted? I think staff have already deleted it. We're all in agreement that that item has been deleted?
Through the chair, just to confirm, this driveway width, the variance, the elimination is for all of the minor variants?
For both properties, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I believe I confirmed with the applicant that all the variances are the same for both properties. He's just duplicated them. Okay, so we've dealt with the driveway width. What about the rest of the variances? By having granted the consent applications, we've in essence agreed to the frontage and the lot area. Frontage is 10.06 meters instead of 12 meters in the variance. And the lot area, I don't believe we needed a variance for the lot area because this is a very long and very deep lot. So we've approved one of the variances already by approval of the consent.
Yeah.
Through the chair, you have not approved anything. These variances are still before the committee. They will not get approved until the committee makes a decision on it.
Okay, that's okay. That's fine. You're just correcting. Okay, what about the variances? Do I have a motion, or do I have any comments? Because we're still in discussing. Do I have any comments over these variances?
Madam Chair, in my opinion, these variances are minor in nature and they are appropriate, and I can support that.
Okay.
As amended for the last variance, yes.
All right, I have a motion to approve the variances 1 to 6. Variance number 7 has been deleted, and that would be for both applications. Do I have a seconder? I have a seconder, Mr. Khan.
I will second the motion.
You'll second the motion. Okay. All in approval? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McAuliffe. Your application has been approved.
Thank you.
Are you the planner? Sorry? Are you the planner for the project? Yeah. Can I get your business card? Yeah. Would you, follow you up?
We're now moving to item number 27, 40 McDermott Road. Are you here for 40 McDermott? Okay. May I ask, is the person wanting to speak to any of the items? Or is she just wanting to see how well we do? Item 29. Okay, I think that's the last item on our agenda. Okay. All right. Item 27 is for a consent application and a variance application for 40 McDermott Road. The consent is to create two new parcels with a frontage of 17.52 meters and an area of 1440 square meters and 1441 square meters. The somewhat unusual to what we deal with, the existing bylaw frontage is 15 meters and the existing bylaw lot area is 696 square meters. So these two parcels exceed the minimum frontage and minimum lot area for a consent application. There are 7 variances that are being requested together with the consent application. So, first of all, is the applicant online? Thank you. All right.
Chair.
Thank you. Let me just... So, committee, dealing with the consent applications first, creating the 2 lots. Do you have any questions for the applicant? Nope. Okay. Dealing with the consent applications again first, there are conditions of urban forestry, development engineering. Do I have any comments on these 2 variances? Dealing with comments only at this stage. No comments? Okay, shall we take this into committee? Are we ready for a decision? Do I have a motion?
Through the chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. You need to, like in terms of the, did you ask to take it into committee?
Yes.
My apologies, it's been a long day.
We're trying to get out of here soon. Okay, I'll try to make sure I've asked I pause in between my talking here. But yes, I believe that for the consent applications, we're in committee. I am asking if I have a motion. There was no questions. So, do I have a motion? Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Looking at this consent and parcels retained and conveyed, and 7 variances, I'm of the opinion that this is minor variances, and this consent should be approved with the forestry condition engineering construction services condition, and transport advisory comments.
Through the chair, you don't need to include advisory comments. They're not conditions. You do not need to impose those.
Development engineering has,
The transportation services comments are advisory comments. Those do not need to be imposed as conditions.
okay. So we're dealing with the consent application first, and then we'll deal with the variances, okay?
All right.
Do I have a seconder for approval of the consent applications?
I second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Said. And it's subject to development engineering conditions, and we don't have any other conditions on the consent application.
Through the chair, urban forestry conditions.
Okay.
You may wish to confirm that with the the member who tabled the motion to make sure that they're okay with that.
I believe he is.
Under procedure, you need to ask.
Okay. And the consent applications, we do have to remember that this is being tape recorded, and nodding of our heads can't be recorded on the tape. So I'm going to ask you the question. For the consent applications, it is subject to what additional conditions?
Well, as I have explained that it is transport services advisory note, but I should be told it is admissible or not. I'm including all three.
Okay, you're concluding development engineering conditions.
Yes.
Urban
And
forestry
forestry
conditions. And what's the third one?
That's not.
Yes.
Which one? No, just the two. Okay. All right, so clarifying that
Yes.
this consent application is, you're putting forth a motion for approval,
Yes.
subject to development engineering conditions and urban forestry
Right.
conditions. Okay. All right. Do I have a seconder?
Madam Chair, I second the motion with the condition as stated in the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Said. Okay, so that is the consent application. We're now dealing with the variance application. And
Through the chair, you need a vote. There needs to be a vote on the motions have been submitted. You need to vote on it, the consent application.
sorry, all those in favor? Okay,
The motion carries unanimously?
yes, it
You need to
does.
state that.
The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. I now want to turn to the variance applications. We have 7 variance applications, and I believe the applicant is still online. Thank you for your
I am here, Madam
patience.
Chair. I like the way we did that one. We can continue doing it exactly like that if you wish.
Okay, it's, I think it's helpful in dealing with the new committee members and clarifying what we are dealing with. So, in terms of the variance applications, we have 7 variances. I have noted that they're predominantly for the dwelling itself, not lot area or frontage. And I believe there's 7 variances for both new lots. Committee members, do you have any comments? Committee members, do you have any comments, any questions for the applicant? Can we take this into committee then? And do I have a motion for the variances for 27B and 27?
C, B, and C.
C. We can, if you wish, just summarize the variance, especially when there's 7 of them, it's a bit long.
Through the chair, the panel is in committee right now. A motion is required from one of the panel members on the minor variance.
Yes, I asked for a motion. I'm looking for a motion. I didn't get a motion, so I'm suggesting that maybe we could talk about it a little bit further. We are in committee. So I'm just checking what variances are necessary here. If you bear with me for a minute, I'm trying to get to. Okay. To the variance applications for 40 McDermott Wood. Okay, committee members. We have variance applications. First one is a setback from the side lot line. The second one is maximum 1 single-family dwelling per lot. Height of building. The length of building. The depth of building. And we have a platform and encroachment of the eaves. Do committee members have any comments on any of those variances?
Madam Chair, in my opinion, these variances are minor in nature and appropriate. I am supportive to that.
Okay, I have a comment that they're basically.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to reiterate in a small way what Mr. Said said, Member Said, and that is, as long as they meet the conditions, I find them to be minor also.
Okay, all right. Do I have a motion then? I've got 2 comments.
I move, Chair, that we approve this application as long as it is in condition kept and tied to the conditions that the city departments have recommended.
Through the chair, you don't need to do that because you've already passed the conditions for the consent application. So you may just want to consider approving if you're so inclined to approve the minor variance applications, approve it without any conditions because they've already been secured in the consent application, which you've approved.
Thank you. I would like to approve the application. Thank you.
Okay, I understand that you'd like to approve application 27B for 40 McDermott Road and 27C also for 40 McDermott Road. Both those applications are for variances. And I believe that we have a seconder.
I second the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And there are no conditions with this. All those in favor? Thank you. That is carried unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you, committee.
Okay. 28 is 1223 Pharmacy Avenue. I believe we have the same applicant? Yes, okay.
Correct, Madam Chair. Correct, committee.
Yeah. You get to stay forever if we stay forever.
It's been a long day, not just for you, committee, also for myself and staff.
Okay, so let's move on to 1223 Pharmacy Avenue. The application. The application is to create is to sever the property into 2 residential lots, creating 2 lots, each having a frontage of 8.38 meters and an area of 383 meters squared. Is there anything you would wish to add to the consent application to the applicant? Do you wish to add any further information?
I would be happy to answer any questions that the committee might have.
Okay. Are there any questions to the applicant on the consent? No? Okay, seeing none?
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Can I ask the applicant if they have any comparables or just to clarify on how the other lot areas are in the area or the adjacent properties?
Okay. To the applicant, can you provide us with some further information provide us some further information about the lot frontages and lot areas that are similar in the area to what you are requesting?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Mr. Said, essentially, this is a property that is located on Pharmacy, as we are aware. This is a major street in both the official plan as well as the zoning bylaw. What that does is that triggers a couple of different policies that are in place today, as well as some future policies that I have submitted in terms of the EHON studies, which I'll speak to in a second. In terms of comparables along Pharmacy itself, to be frank, there aren't any. This would be the smallest lot. This stretch really of Pharmacy has not seen much development. It is somewhat stagnant. That being said, we know the OP does encourage development as long as it respects and reinforces what is in that character. What we can see from the picture that is even up there today is the dwelling essentially sits on half the lot. So in terms of the massing of what we would see on the property with the proposed, let's call it the consent as well as the minor variance, you would have a very similar massing of a dwelling that's there today to what would be proposed in the future. To circle back through you, Madam Chair, Mr. Said, policies of the official plan speak to in 415 of the ability of major streets to accommodate intensification and really to be varied from the interior portions of neighborhoods. Again, with the availability of transit and the availability of services on these main streets, really the idea of intensification is encouraged in the official plan. To speak to the EHON map that I have here now, planning has reported to council on an EHON, which is essentially the expanding housing options in neighborhoods, to intensify further and to put both official plan as well as zoning bylaw policies in place to actually strengthen and reaffirm the idea of intensification. If we go to the next page, please, what we would see in some of the submitted stuff I permitted, we see an excerpt here that speaks to the major streets, again, which are the focus of these EHON policies. If we were to zoom in, we would see that they are right in the middle. We see these portions of the neighborhoods are being considered for providing transition between the center of the neighborhood and nearby growth areas such as avenues. We are not close to an avenue, but they can reflect the local development pattern and offering different lot fabric while being recognized as having a more opportunity for density. So density in this case would be the addition of an additional dwelling. And if somebody chose to put accessory units in the basement or secondary suites, we'd essentially be looking at 3 more units. We can go to the next page, please. One more thing I would like to say, and again, I do want to stress that this policy is not in place, but it has been reported to council. So essentially, in terms of the plan context of what we're looking for, this will be in place for major streets fairly soon. This goes on to speak to lot frontage, lot area, and dwelling unit width. I didn't want to bore you with a lot of the diagrams that are in there, but essentially in the future, on major streets like this in RD, RS, and RM zones, which this being an RD zone, a minimum lot frontage of 6 meters would be permitted, again, provided it were a townhouse or essentially a semi-detached dwelling, which in this case, with the frontage we're proposing, would be permitted. So again, to go back all the way to your question of what is in the neighborhood, Mr. Said, there simply isn't. This is a stretch of pharmacy that does not have a lot of development. It is essentially the original dwellings that were all constructed there. But again, that doesn't mean a neighborhood should remain stale or remain stagnant. And we see from the materials I submitted that dealt with the EHONs, again, that plan context is going to change, very similar to what's recently happened with the multiplexes. And now that's altered the plan context, in terms of height, in terms of density. So on major streets such as pharmacy, that plan context will change, and we will see an evolution of the neighborhood. I believe it answered your question with an explanation also associated with it.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that explanation. As you know, the Committee of Adjustment members have training sessions, and we've had training sessions, 2 in the past month. We've got another one coming up on new policies and how to deal with some of these. This is the first time I've heard of this EHON policy and the policy changes, and you're telling us that that policy has not yet been adopted, but is out in consideration, and that, in your opinion, this property and the frontages fit with that policy. Is that correct?
Yeah, correct, Madam Chair. What I'm essentially saying is this went through council, this went through planning, this went through the public charrette and the public discussions. This essentially will be coming shortly. What my point with that is saying is essentially we might be the first to the party with that. But again, on these major streets, such as pharmacy, this plan context will change under the OP policy to encourage something like this. So essentially, that's what I'm saying. By no means am I saying this is the policy today, but my assumption is within this next 6 to 12 months, this will be the policy, as it has gone through all of the public consultations and it has been reported to council.
Okay. So as you know, we can't deal with policies that are coming in. We have to deal with policies that are in front of us and approved today. So our question here is, 2 lots with a frontage of 8.38 meters and an area of 383, are they suitable lots for consent applications? That's really our question. I'm just trying to summarize it a little here. Do I have any comments?
Would you like me to speak to that? Is that for myself, Madam Chair, or for the committee in general?
Sorry, that was for the committee.
'Cause as you know, I could speak for some time on this if you would like me to.
I'm trying to remember where we are in this. We haven't gone into committee. I was just making comments, and I guess we need to allow the applicant to continue whatever presentation he wants to make.
Through the chair, that may be a good idea.
Okay. So, thank you to the applicant. As you know, we're fairly new and we're working through this, and it's late in the afternoon. So, beyond this policy of EHON, which I appreciated your explanation, do you have any further comments you wish to make?
Maybe just to speak to the other 2 variances that deal with the side yard setback as well as the main wall height. In terms of the side yard setback of 0.9 to the exterior of the lots to the north and the south is consistent, in my opinion, with what is on the street. Although, again, there are some detached garages in the rear yard, there also are tight side yard setbacks along Midland. I would also note that planning does not have a report that is before you today with relation to this application. Lastly, in terms of the exterior main portion of the walls, this really is the architectural style that we see throughout the city of Toronto today. There is no request for the actual overall height. We would be permitted to be higher if we're a pitched roof dwelling. But I think it fits in with the character, again, being on a major street, not in that interior of a neighborhood where we would be having a completely different conversation about how it might fit in.
Okay. Committee members, do you have any questions for the applicant? Not seeing any. Committee members, where do you want to go for here? We have a consent application that we have not yet considered, and then we have the variance applications. Shall we go back to the consent application, which is to sever the property into 2 new lots, each having a frontage of 8.38 meters and an area of 383, and the variances deal with frontage and lot area, I believe. So committee, do I have some comments from the committee?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say that I think the EHON and also the conditions that are already in the application's paperwork make clear that there's a possibility here to do this consent. So I would be encouraged myself to make a motion in that direction.
Okay. So you are encouraged. Do you want any other comments, or do you want to proceed with your motion?
Since I've been heard, Chair, I will proceed with the motion. I make a motion that we approve the consent component of this application.
Okay. So I have a motion on the floor to approve a consent application for 1223 Pharmacy to create 2 new lots,
Through the chair,
assuming that's subject to the conditions. Sorry?
which conditions would you like to impose?
Development engineering comments and conditions and urban forestry.
Correct. Chair, I will make those recommendations with my request, and that is to, the conditions would be the ones stipulated in the paperwork before us today, which is the ones you just cited. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So I have a motion. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Saeed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I second the motion with engineering services condition as well as urban forestry condition number 1 and 3.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, all those in opposed? Okay, that motion carries.
Through the chair, do you wish to vote?
Favor? I am in favor.
You need, yes, before you announce the vote, you need to vote yourself.
I need
results.
to make sure I'm not creating a problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so the applications for consent have been approved. We're now dealing with the variances. And again, the variances are the same for both lots. So, looking at the variances. Okay, variances for lot area and lot frontage. Having granted the consents, we're almost have approved the variances, although I need a motion to approve those variances. The other 2 variances are dealing with building setback from a side lot line and a building height. I believe the applicant has explained both the setback and the height. Do I have a motion to approve the variances? Okay, Mr. Saeed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval of both these minor variance application.
Okay, do I have a seconder?
Thank you, Chair. I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor? All opposed? Thank you. That matter carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, committee.
Okay. The last item. Item number 29 for 568 Passmore Avenue and 3250 Markham Road. I believe that's the northwest corner of Markham and Passmore. And it's a consent application only. Are you the applicant?
I am, yeah.
Okay, good. Let me pull up the file. Okay. May I have your name, please?
Jessica Yee, 3 Church Street, Suite 200.
Okay. All right, this is a consent application. It's only a consent application. There are no variances required. It's a large lot. The consent is 7 parts, but essentially it's to create 2 large industrial lots, and the parts are for easements and access. Do you wish to have a presentation from the applicant? I think since we made you sit here all day, and I know what firm you're from, and I'm assuming that you're really very happy to give us a quick presentation, would you please give us a presentation identifying how these parcels can be developed?
Yep.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members. As I stated previously, my name is Jessica Yee, and I'm a planner at Bousfield, and I'm the applicant for BD, the owner of the site, regarding the site at 568 Passmore Road and 3250 Markham Road. So if you go to the first page, please, or next page. The site is located at the northwest corner of Passmore Avenue and Markham Road, and is just south of Steeles Avenue, where the City of Toronto borders the City of Markham. And the site is also located in the Tapscott employment area and is generally surrounded by low-rise employment, commercial, and industrial buildings. Next slide, please. The site is approximately 5.9 hectares in size, and it is currently vacant. Next slide, please. The site is designated general employment areas in the City of Toronto official plan land use map. And the general employment areas designation permits a broad range of manufacturing, office, retail, and service uses, among others. Next page, please. And the site is zoned employment under the citywide zoning bylaw 569-2013 as amended by the site-specific bylaw 554-2023. The site-specific zoning bylaw was adopted by City Council on June 14th of this year and permits a number of site-specific provisions for the site, including the construction of 3 single-story multi-tenant industrial buildings. And the site-specific bylaw does provide for the site to be treated as one lot despite any future severance. And I've attached the zoning bylaw for reference. Next slide, please. The image shows the building footprints for the 3 multi-tenant industrial buildings on the site, and there's an active site plan under review. It's in its 4th round of review, and the severance would enable separate ownership of these buildings with a shared easement, and the consent is in line with the SPA under review. Next slide, please. The consent application is being proposed to facilitate the severance of the site into 2 lots, including 1 severed lot, 1 retained lot, and a reciprocal access easement to facilitate future development. And I'll show you how they're going to occur. Next slide, please. So the blue and green colors will be the 2 new parcels, and the orange that runs north-south in the middle of this property and east along the north side of the site will be a shared access easement for service and utilities. And the city conveyances are shown in yellow at the south portion of the site. If we go to the next slide, they're zoomed in here. And most of the conditions that you see in the attached engineering and forestry reports are related to these conveyances, or sorry, the engineering are related to the city conveyances. Next slide, please. So the conditions listed in the staff report from engineering and urban forestry, and we do agree with them. And the conditions have to do with the city conveyances for the road widening, the registration of the easement, which I showed you, that runs through the center of the site, and standard forestry conditions for the removal of or injury of trees on the site. And next page, please. The consent is appropriate and suitable for the use of the land. Relevant criteria of the Planning Act include the following. I won't go through them all in detail, but high level. In my view, the consent application does have regard for matters of provincial interest as referred to in Section 2, as it is facilitating employment in an orderly fashion where growth is directed. The application is not premature in our view. It is entirely in keeping with the zoning bylaw that was approved and the site plan application that will be soon approved. The lands are suitable and they will facilitate employment uses in an employment area. The lots are appropriately shaped and were determined through the zoning bylaw amendment process. In my view, the shape of the lots are quite regular. And there's a shared easement to account for utilities and services, and planning staff are familiar with the consent and site plan control. And in summary, the consent is in keeping with the processing of this application from the beginning, and we believe it is an appropriate form of development for employment areas. From an official plan perspective, this is facilitating employment development in an employment area where it is intended and therefore meets the official plan. The consent would also facilitate the approved bylaw 554/2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the applicant? Mr. Syed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tell me about more the part 6 and part 7. I understand part 6 and 7 both are to be conveyed to the city for road widening, right? The part 6 is clear on the drawing, but I could not get a clear understanding of part 7. So could you elaborate on the drawing, like how big this lot is, and also the impact of that, like why it is needed?
Yeah, if we go to page 9, there's a close-up version of the plan. Or sorry.
Yeah.
Here
So
it is, part 7, yes.
yeah, it's just a small portion along
So what is
Markham
that?
Road. I think it's just a part that the city had requested.
Normally, we would call it a corner rounding, or at least that's how I refer to it, that the city, when you're creating lots that intersect, the property owners ask for what I call a corner rounding, just so that the lots are not perpendicular to each other. So part 6 is fairly simple. That's a road widening.
That's a road
Part
widening.
7 is just that, what I call that corner rounding. So they don't need a road widening across all of Markham Road. It's just a small portion.
But what's the need for that? I mean, if it is not there, how it is going to affect it? How it is going to?
I could be very irrelevant and say, if we didn't get it, transportation planning would kill us. But essentially, what it is to provide the additional land necessary where the two roads intersect. So it's, you see it often on residential lots too, that you've got a corner rounding, and that, I believe, is what we've got here. Is that correct, madam?
I believe that's correct, yes.
Yeah. Mr. Secretary Treasurer, do you want to add anything to that for our clarification?
No, except it's really for corner roundings or sight lines, so safety.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. I am looking for, do we need to take this into committee? Okay, I'm looking for a resolution, a motion. Mr. Saeed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I put forward motion for approval of this consent application, subject to engineering services condition. I will add standard consent conditions as well as urban forestry condition number 1.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder?
And Chair, I'll second the motion.
Okay, thank you. So, motion for approval with Mr. Saeed, seconded by Mr. Stinson. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair, members, staff.
I appreciated you staying around forever.
Problem. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I believe that is the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to be carried on?
Through the chair, there is not. You just need to do a meeting there needs to be a motion to adjourn.
Chair, I'd like to put a motion forth to adjourn.
I second it.
Okay, we have a motion to adjourn, a seconder. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, committee
Nice.
members.
Thank you.
We made it. We'll turn off our mic.